I guess he didn't take my advice to heart. It's not bad to practice a new craft, no reason to not make more weapons. The two orbs of light conversed while peering down at a suit of armor supporting a hefty axe. It was a completed piece, now part of the armory's inventory alongside numerous other bronze weapons. It all started with one hunting knife and soon turned into a large weapon creation spree. With molds and an infinite supply of ingots at his disposal, the task became remarkably easy. In time, the empty armory had been transformed into a well-stocked arsenal. Another fine addition to my collection. As Rusty admired his latest creation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Each weapon he crafted was a testament to his newfound skills as a blacksmith, something that he found enjoyable. "Looks like you're getting the hang of this," the hero remarked while floating beside Rusty. "Thanks to your guidance, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Hero." "No problem, not like there is anything else for me to do here. But now that you've built up quite the collection, what do you plan to do with them?" Before Rusty could answer this question, the darkened sphere of light floated forward and spoke out. "That's what I'd like to know, why did you ignore my advice of focusing on swords?" Rusty paused for a moment and considered the Demon Lord's question. It was true that he had no proficiencies in things other than bows and swords. However, he wasn't really thinking about such things when working here in the Soul Forge. Instead of focusing on survival, something else became the focal point. "Well, it was fun. It was fun. Yes? It was fun to make them all, and I feel like after making these weapons, I'll also gain some insights into defending myself against them." "I see. Leave the kid alone. He is just enjoying the craft, it's probably not something a Demon King would know much about. Not everything has to be about battling and survival." The hero chimed in, but the Demon Lord wasn't convinced. "Bah, perhaps he will find a way to learn more skills in the future, but it would be better if he didn't spend valuable resources to bring these weapons into the real world. He is not even a year old, he is just having some fun." "Some fun, The Demon Lord Orb observed Rusty, who appeared to have shifted his focus elsewhere. The living armor had a habit of moving away whenever the two light orbs engaged in arguments. Rusty's attention span resembled that of a newborn child, and there wasn't any deeper meaning behind it. His sole desire was to craft as many weapons as possible, and he just ended up filling the armory during the process. This should be all, so now what? Now that his work was over, there wasn't really much to do. He had attempted to wield some of the bronze weapons in the training ground, yet, similar to the hunting knife, they didn't quite suit his metallic grip. The library failed to offer any additional useful knowledge and was devoid of skill books or any means of skill acquisition beyond his skill absorption or leveling up. However, some skills could be upgraded here, but all of them focused on blacksmithing. Basic Smithing Mastery L2. Passive Skill. Increases proficiency with all basic blacksmithing tools like hammers during crafting. Basic Forging L3. Passive Skill. Unlocks the basics of forging. Helps manage the forge, smelter, crafting, and spotting imperfections in created items. His basic smithing mastery wasn't leveling up as fast as he focused on using molds without hammering anything. Luckily, when using the grinding wheel and the whetstone for sharpening or polishing, it began to react. It was also possible to change the shape of bronze through hammering techniques, but for the time being, he focused on the smelting process. Not all components of Rusty's weapons were crafted from bronze. For instance, the shaft of his bronze spear consisted of plain wood. The spear blade came with a pre-made socket that was perfectly fitted for it. All Rusty needed to do was to insert it and secure it in place by hammering rivets through the holes in the socket part of the spear blade. In the future, he hoped to move on to iron and steel, which required a bit more work and seemed quite fascinating. "Are you going to leave without even saying your farewells?" Once Rusty exhausted all the possibilities in this soul forge, he finally decided to move towards his new body. Despite the Demon Lord's call as he approached the new suit of armor in the center. Before departing, he felt compelled to perform one last experiment. His metallic hand grasped the gauntlet of his new body to yank it out, and just like he expected, it popped right off. Did he just ignore me? What is he even doing? He is examining the gauntlet. What do you think he is doing? Does he perhaps want to? The two lights chatted while Rusty looked over the gauntlet in his hand. There was a distinct lack of connection between it and his metallic body. It felt like any other foreign item he had interacted with. First, he attempted to replace his current hand with the new one he had acquired. However, the moment it was connected to the rest of his armor, it simply fell to the ground with a resounding thud. It's not part of me. What are you trying to do, Rusty? The hero floated forward while Rusty was examining the gauntlet that lacked any corrosive parts. If I can make weapons, shouldn't I be able to make armor? Ah, I see. Do you wish to reforge the armor that your body is composed from, into something better? Yes. That's it. Could I make it better and heavier? The hero and the Demon Lord Orb exchanged glances as if the idea was something plausible. Rusty was a living armor, a creature that could be considered a piece of armor. There was no reason not to think that he couldn't create his own body by hand. Rusty's ability to craft weapons had opened up new possibilities, including the potential for him to upgrade his own armor. It's definitely worth a try, but I'm not sure if you should do it now. The hero gave his input, and as a previous blacksmith, his words were heavy. In his eyes, Rusty was not quite ready to tackle armor making, and not when bronze was involved. Oh, but why? Why, you ask? Well, to be frank, I don't think you'll be able to improve on this current body of yours. I don't agree with the hero on much, but he is right. What will you do with a body riddled with imperfections and holes? Your durability might go down, and what if you mess up one of the joints? Do you wish to have a limp? Rusty paused, considering the valid points brought up by both the hero and the Demon Lord. While he was eager to explore the possibilities of upgrading his armor and wanted it to be heavier to alleviate his weakness, it was not the best idea. He could barely create intermediate weaponry just by using molds, and there were no molds for armor parts. If he wanted to make a gauntlet, it would need to be made from scratch. You're right. I shouldn't rush into something like this without proper preparation. Perhaps I should practice first. Exactly. It's better to take your time and ensure that you have the necessary skills and knowledge before attempting such a feat. The hero added while trying to make his ghostly form produce a smile, but failed at it. His form was without a face and just a voice. Maybe I should practice while I still have the time. Hey! Rusty looked at the gauntlet as its form offered him some smithing pointers. However, before he could take it to the workbench to study, it flew back to the body in the middle. Then suddenly, the entire soul forge started to shiver and quake. What's happening? He asked as his body began to feel strange. He started feeling weak and drowsy, not something that he had ever experienced as a living suit of armor. This space, it's becoming unstable, commented the Demon Lord, who knew quite a bit about magic. Becoming unstable? What does that mean? Asked the hero, whose form was quivering as well. It means that our little Rusty might have spent too much time here. I think he should inhabit his new form before this whole place collapses on itself. Rusty took in the Demon King's words. The Soul Forge, his haven for crafting and self-improvement, was destabilizing. It seemed that he couldn't afford to stay here any longer, and that an actual time limit existed. He wasn't sure how long he had been here, but at least over a week had passed. Without wasting another moment, he dashed towards the suit of armor in the center of the room, as it was the vessel that awaited his consciousness. As he approached, the vibrations intensified, causing the surroundings to blur and distort. The hero and the Demon Lord's voices echoed in his mind as they urged him to hurry. With a determined leap, Rusty plunged his consciousness into the awaiting armor. His previous corroded form plunged down to the ground as his essence melded with the new one. Suddenly, the world around him fractured into fragments of light and darkness. The sensation was disorienting, akin to being pulled through a vortex. Colors swirled around him, and the echoes of voices faded into the background. Rusty felt himself being pulled away from the Soul Forge and back into the real world where his true form awaited. Whoa! I'm back! Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the chaos had ceased. Rusty found himself back in the cave filled with bright crystals. His magical vision was blurry at first, but in a moment, it became sharper than ever. His senses felt enhanced in every way possible and he felt reinvigorated. When looking down he saw a lack of any corroded parts that had been replaced by a shiny new bronze body. This new body. It feels much stronger. Name: Rusty. Classification: Twilight Bronze Armor EL1. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 134/134. Magic points MP: 123/123. Special points SP: 40/40. Strength: 18E. Agility: 2E. Dexterity: 5E. Constitution: 19E. Intelligence: 7E. Wisdom: 8E. Willpower: 6E. Durability: E+. Hey! Why did my stats go down, but my health points and magic points doubled? At first, he was perplexed by his status screen. He was sure that he had become stronger, but all of the numbers had gone down. However, once he noticed that he had transformed from an F-rank monster into an E-rank monster, it all made sense. It seemed that the ranking letters represented his true strength and the numbers were just an additional indicator. Once they went over 99 they would switch to the next rank and reset. Interesting. After he realized that he had truly advanced to his new form, it was time to take it for a spin. On the outside he didn't look much different, he had an almost identical look, just one that lacked any corrosion. He was made out of shiny twilight bronze and his form gleamed in the bright light of the cave. He could instantly feel the difference, his movements were smoother, and even his thoughts were clearer. It was as if he had shed an old, rusty skin and emerged as something new and improved. Even his trusty sword had been transformed and was shining brightly beside him. Once he gave it a few good swings, he could tell that he would do quick work of the monsters he previously encountered. Wait, what about the other weapons? Are they in my inventory as well? His basic sword reminded him of the weapons he created in the Soul Forge. He quickly accessed his inventory screen in the search for it. While he didn't find any of them inside of his stash tab, a new tab had been created. Armory. The translucent menu presented him with a new window in which all the items that he created during his time in the Soul Forge. Each item was also accompanied by a brief description and its rating. Rusty scrolled through the list and was given the option to spend bronze ingots to create them. I can get a set of throwing knives for 1 ingot, but I'll have to spend 3 for the longsword. His current weapon was an arming sword which was shorter than the longsword he created inside of the Soul Forge. He was hoping to bring it out along with the bronze shield that he made, but it also would cost him another 3 bronze ingots. However, even with these high costs he needed to test out this new feature. He considered for a moment but eventually decided to get the shield instead, as his old weapon was still enough. Would you like to make the Twilight Bronze round shield? Yes. Once he confirmed, a little animation played out before him as the bronze ingots he spent transformed into the Twilight Bronze round shield. To his surprise, the shield didn't end up in the real world but instead appeared in his inventory. He needed to then select it before it appeared in his stash tab, where it occupied 4 squares instead of just 1. Rusty was confused about how to summon this item into his hand, but before he could think it through, another transformation took place. The whole stash tab expanded in size and a separate equipment window appeared above it. It contained spaces that were filled up with his armor, but also some smaller and larger ones that were empty. Is that my body in the middle? And my sword on the left? In the central area, Rusty could discern sections of his body divided into multiple parts. One slot contained his cuirass and placard, while another housed his sabatons and greaves. The gauntlet occupied its own slot, and the pauldrons were likewise segregated. However, they all appeared grayed out, inaccessible to him. The only usable slots seemed to be two larger ones on the left and right sides, along with a few smaller ones that were empty. The left one housed his current arming sword, and to his surprise, he could remove it into his stash tab. Upon doing so, the sword vanished from the real world as if it had never existed there in the first place. Only after it was dragged and dropped back to the left large weapon slot, did it appear once more. I see. So if I place the shield on the right side, it should. Rusty dragged the Twilight Bronze round shield from his inventory and placed it into the empty slot on the right side of the equipment window. To his amazement, as soon as he did so, the shield materialized in his hand. It shimmered with the same twilight bronze hue as the rest of his armor and reflected the light within the cave. With both sword and shield in hand, Rusty felt unstoppable. However, this wasn't quite finished, as he still needed to check if he had learned any new skills like he did when he turned into his previous form. What was that sound? Before Rusty could delve further into his investigation, he heard a faint sound, like something being crunched, resounding from around the corner. Was his lair invaded by monsters? He needed to investigate. Rusty cautiously approached the source of the sound, his grip tightening on his sword and newly made shield. As he continued to move, the noise of something getting crunched started to get louder. Eventually, he peeked around the corner to see a strange white creature going at the mana crystals in this cave. What is that? It's different from the other monsters but looks similar to the ants. Classification: minuscule gleaming mana ant L1G+. Type: insectoid. What he found was a rather small-looking monster. It was similar to the MYRM ant drones but somewhat smaller than even the smallest drone he had encountered. Its carapace was not brown or dark but had a white silvery sheen. Besides the coloring and size difference, it also had a slightly larger head with more pronounced antennae. Yet, it wasn't the creature's appearance that struck Rusty as most peculiar, rather, he found himself wondering why it was consuming the blue crystals. It looks really weak and is also just a G-rank monster, should I just slay it? Annoyed by the intrusion, Rusty stepped forward, his armor clanking a lot less than usual. While stepping forward, he noticed a resounding cracking sound as he stepped into something. When he glanced down, the mystery of this monster appearing here revealed itself. On the ground, there were eggshells from the egg that he brought over from within the ant's nest. It was now clear that this monster had hatched from inside, and for some reason, it was fine with the light crystals here. It's different than the rest, it might be dangerous. This cave served as Rusty's sanctuary, a place where he could unwind and safeguard his loot. The light crystals effectively repelled other insects and even aided him in his battle against the Ant Queen. The fact that one of her spawns could now bypass the protective glow of the crystals spelled trouble. If more of these creatures existed, they posed a threat to his newfound base. As Rusty pondered his next move, the minuscule MYRM mana ant continued to feast on the mana crystals, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Its mandibles clicked as it chewed, each bite punctuated by a small crack as it shattered another piece of crystal. Rusty knew he couldn't allow this creature to roam freely in his sanctuary. While it was small now, everything in this world evolved and it could potentially lead more of its kind here. Rusty tightened his grip on his sword and shield. In his current upgraded form, this monster posed no threat at all, which gave him an idea. The MYRM drones were able to leave small dents on his previous body. Though smaller than the MYRM drones, its mandibles seemed capable of inflicting damage. Thus he decided to let it attack him a few times, to test his newfound durability. The creature, engrossed in its feast, didn't seem to notice Rusty's approach until he was a few steps away. With a sudden awareness of the armored figure before it, the ant's antennae twitched in alarm. It reared up slightly and its mandibles clicked a few times, but something wasn't the same. He expected for the ant to rush him just like the drones did when he attacked their colony. However, this smaller creature seemed more docile, almost as if he was similar to the monsters from the original dungeon. Was it possible that the voice that had vanished was influencing this ant? It doesn't feel the same, the connection is lacking. Rusty still remembered the voice of the dungeon, which seemed to have a name. If what the Demon King claimed was true, then the thing he knew as the voice was the dungeon heart. He was created by it and had felt a deep connection before he fell into this area. There was a similar connection to the other monsters inhabiting those dungeon levels, something that was missing here. Despite not being part of that dungeon, the ant refrained from attacking and left Rusty perplexed by its behavior. The small insect moved closer in a slow fashion. Rusty remained still, anticipating its bite. However, to his surprise, the ant behaved differently. Instead of attacking, it repeatedly touched his bronze body with its antennae. After a brief moment, it glanced up and began a peculiar wiggle which left Rusty perplexed. Eventually, the monster turned away and returned to munching on the tiny mana crystals. It clearly doesn't see me as an enemy, but what should I do with it? This was quite the conundrum, as for some reason he felt conflicted. On one hand, the monster was a potential threat and it was also eating the crystals here. What if it ate all the crystals and his lair was destroyed? Yet, on the other hand, the creature's consumption rate was negligible, just like its size. It wasn't depleting the crystals at a rapid pace, and it would likely take years for it to make a large enough dent. It's a G-rank monster, so it won't give me much experience either, perhaps not even more than one. After farming these dungeons, Rusty has also realized one thing. The higher level he was becoming, the fewer experience points he gained. These ant monsters were the weakest types that were around and wouldn't offer him much, even less after he became an E-rank bronze Twilight Armor. Rusty considered his options and something about its behavior nagged at him. It wasn't behaving like a typical monster, which made him want to observe it more. I wonder, would it attack the other monsters? A thought crossed his mind, perhaps there was a way to use this strange creature to his advantage. While it wasn't his enemy, what of the other insects in this underground area? There was a possibility that it could aid him against them, just like the skeletons before. Even though it was quite weak, it could potentially act as a distraction. For the time being, Rusty decided to retreat and think his options through. After visiting the Soul Forge and engrossing himself with blacksmithing, he knew that it was sometimes better not to rush. His status screen still had some new secrets that he had not uncovered, and first he needed to go through his skills. He could feel that something new had appeared, but he wasn't sure if it would aid him in battle. What are these skills? Call guide. Active skill. You call your guide to aid you. My guide. Rusty was perplexed at this new skill and wasn't sure what to think of it. However, he knew that it was always best to not dwell on these things when activating the skill would give him all the answers. Thus, without thinking much, he activated the call guide skill, which he needed to do through the world system window, similar to his inventory screen. Choose which guide you wish to summon. Fallen Demon King. Betrayed Hero. Both. He was given a choice between two individuals but could summon both of them together. After reading the names, he instantly knew what this skill was about. After deliberating for a moment, he decided to call both the Fallen Demon King and the Betrayed Hero. He figured that there was no reason to call them separately, and also wanted to see what both had to offer for him in the real world. The cave flickered momentarily, and then two shimmering orbs of light materialized before him. One radiated a dark, ominous aura while the other emitted a faint, ethereal glow. The Demon King and the hero quickly materialized before him and looked exactly the same as they did within the Soul Forge. Haha! I knew I would return. It was only a matter of time. The world shall tremble once more before the might of Demon King Aberdan. All shall pay for their folly. The booming laughter echoed through the chamber as Aberdan's triumphant voice echoed. His form exuded an aura of darkness and contrasted sharply with the bright lights of this crystal-filled cave. Is this really the real world? The hero's voice was a lot more silent and some confusion was mixed into it. It contrasted with the Demon King's maniacal cackling. His form shimmered with gentle light and seemed to take in some of the light from the environment to shimmer even more. Rusty looked at the two orbs of light before him and wondered what he could use them for. They were here, but were they capable of aiding him in his battles, or could they only offer him their knowledge? After spending more than a week inside the Soul Forge, he got to know them a bit better. The hero was very knowledgeable when it came to blacksmithing and handling weapons. On the other hand, the Demon King seemed more clever and filled with other knowledge. "I'll be sure to repay this favor, Rusty." As he was deliberating, the black orb started to float away. It was as if he was trying to flee from this location. However, once the Demon King put himself around 10 meters from the living armor, he came to a halt. It became evident that he was struggling to advance, and his once ominous form gradually diminished, his movements growing sluggish. "No, what is this? It can't be. Did you think that you could just leave? Did you forget that we are probably nothing more than a skill for Rusty here?" The hero chuckled, observing the defeated Demon King's futile attempt at escape. It became clear that their fragmented existences were forever tied to the living armor known as Rusty. They were unable to stray too far from his body, which served as the central point for his skill, and could probably only exist within this realm thanks to his mana. Damn it all! The orb of black light slowly floated back towards his owner, who just stood there without a word. "This is fine, I'll get back to my previous form eventually, it's just a small setback on the way towards my full revival." "Sure. What about you, hero? Don't you want to live again and punish the ones that crossed you?" It seemed that even in these more real forms, they continued to argue about the same thing. Rusty remained uncertain about their true history, but it appeared they had been betrayed and slain by someone they now harbored intense animosity towards. This held little relevance to Rusty, as his sole focus lay in his pursuit of strength and how these two entities could aid him in achieving it. "What can you do?" His question was simple and to the point. The two orbs of light stopped talking with each other as they felt compelled by the order. "What can we do?" "Nothing much than to offer you some advice. These spectral bodies don't really hold much power within them." The Demon King answered first, which left Rusty saddened. Was there truly nothing more than advice that these two could offer? It felt like it was a waste of a skill for them to just buzz around his head without offering anything substantial. However, a nearby ant that was crunching on some mana stones gave him an idea. "Can you tell me something about that?" "That is, a minuscule gleaming mana ant," answered the hero orb, which annoyed Rusty slightly. "I know that already. It's a special mutation of the ant species, quite a rare find. Most of them die inside of the dungeons as they require a large amount of light and mana to hatch." "Bravo, you brought it to the perfect incubator, Rusty." "Incubator?" The fallen demon seemed to know a bit more about this creature than the hero. Both of them seemed to be knowledgeable about separate things which were noted by him. An incubator is usually an enclosed place that helps beings grow or hatch. "Damn, I already hate this," the Demon Lord replied with an annoyed tone. Even though he didn't want to offer this advice, he was compelled by something to do so. It was clear that he was compelled to do the bidding of this living suit of armor, at least for now. This skill has its uses. That the day would come, that I, the great Demon King, would be reduced to offering advice to a mere suit of armor. How humiliating. "You'll get over it," the hero replied to the dark orb of light in a mocking tone. While the two were in the same boat, it didn't seem like he had any aspirations or knowledge of getting reborn. In his former life, he was merely a human, and perhaps the only entities capable of aiding him were the same gods who had once forsaken him. Then, can this ant do something for me? It didn't attack me for some reason. These monsters are said to be docile and very intelligent. It seemed to have been born without the influence of a queen, but I'm not sure, perhaps it sees you as an ally." Rusty nodded while receiving even more information. It seemed that having a Demon King who knew his way around monsters was quite handy. With these two around, it would probably be possible to create even better hunting tactics. However, as he was about to ask another question, something unforeseen started happening. Mana reserves are critically low. He started feeling strange and his body was starting to give out. First went his legs, which collapsed and came loose at the joints. When he looked at the prompt, it seemed that this skill had consumed all of his mana. His mind became drowsy and he was unable to do anything before everything went black. The voices of both the hero and Demon King faded away as he lost consciousness. I passed out. He found himself down on the ground with his body parts lying down at awkward angles. The last thing that he recalled was a red warning window before everything went black. The two orbs were not here with him anymore and it was obvious why this had happened. I ran out of mana and collapsed. Previously he had come close to this phenomenon, but this was the first time that his mana went below 1 point. It seemed the skill that let him call the two beings required a constant supply of MP. Once it reached 0, his body, which required mana to function, collapsed. Luckily, it wasn't a death sentence and eventually, it recovered. At least I know what will happen when I run out of mana now. I should never let it happen while in combat. Once he was awake, he noticed another thing. The small ant that had been eating the mana crystals was now resting on top of his chest. It seemed that while he was out, it decided to make him into its bed. Rusty blinked, slightly surprised to find the small ant perched atop him. It seemed comfortable, its small body rising and falling gently with each breath. The white body had become enlarged and was now glowing, most likely a side effect of eating the mana crystals. Despite its initially peculiar behavior, Rusty found himself feeling a strange sense of warmth towards the creature. This creature is strange. For some reason he didn't feel like moving, as if disturbing the ant's sleep would be bad. His body parts were sprawled out to the sides as he took a dive after passing out. It seemed that his body seized up in place and fell backward. This created enough force to send his limbs in all 4 directions, rendering him immobile and a torso. His head was dislodged as well but remained closer to his main body. Now I know what will happen if I ever run out of mana. It was good luck that this had happened inside of this cave and not somewhere else. It was clear now, if he ever used up all his mana at once, he would be pushed into some kind of strange dormant state. He had no idea how long he was out, but even the smallest monster would be enough to finish him off if he couldn't move. They are really far away, but Rusty possessed some degree of control over his body. If his limbs were separated, they could reconnect when brought close to his main body. However, in this scenario, he couldn't move his torso closer, as it was too far away. Without even a single arm, he couldn't crawl closer, leaving him with the option of perhaps rolling, but he didn't have a proper spine to turn to the side either. Wait, there was that new skill, maybe I should use it. Limb control, living armor. Active skills. A skill that allows control of one's limbs to a certain extent. Before passing out, he noticed a new skill that could help him out in this situation. Gaining skills was a strange phenomenon, as whenever he received one, he instantly knew how it worked. It was hard to describe, but after using it once, it became part of his being. After passing out, his mana reserves had been recharged back to maximum. It was safe to use it, and soon his body started glowing. From within his chest plate, a strange emerald light emerged. It shot out from the holes that were made by his missing limbs. The glow first made its way inside the hollowed parts before enveloping them all. The scattered parts then started to float up into the air, while Rusty felt a strange sensation. He could feel the limbs as if they were connected to his body, even when they were all far away from his body. His fingers twitched and grasped at the empty air with some force behind them. Eventually, with a focused effort, he willed his limbs to move and they responded. The dislodged metallic arm that was lying several meters away, twitched and rocketed back towards his torso. It soon collided with his shoulder and connected itself back into the correct place. Rusty couldn't help but feel a sense of relief as his arm reattached itself to his torso. The sensation was strange yet satisfying, like pieces of a puzzle clicking back into place. With his arm secured, he focused on his other dislodged limbs, willing them to return to him. One by one, they obeyed his mental commands, flying through the air and reattaching themselves to his body. Once all his limbs were reconnected, he looked at the last issue, the small ant monster on his chest. For some reason, even while his whole armor was glowing and clicking around, it remained plastered to his chest. He wished to ask the glowing orbs about this minuscule gleaming mana ant, but after passing out once, he was now reluctant to activate that call guide skill. Well, it has to get down one way or the other. Rusty moved his reattached gauntlet towards the ant to give it a small poke. For some reason, it felt rude to interrupt its slumber, but he couldn't get up and look through his skill window otherwise. However, after his digit collided with the monster's antennae, a strange system prompt was given to him. Would you like to accept a bonding contract with the minuscule gleaming mana ant? A bonding contract. He moved his finger away while going through the strange prompt. The ant, which was fast asleep, looked up to him without moving from its spot. It had no eyelids, but its eyes turned to his form. It wiggled its antennae in what seemed to be anticipation. Rusty pondered for a moment, as he had no idea what this contract entailed. The creature was quite docile and it seemed happy. Fine, I guess. As he confirmed his decision, a radiant glow enveloped both Rusty and the minuscule gleaming mana ant. It was as if an invisible tether formed between them, connecting their fates in some unspoken pact. Rusty felt a surge of energy coursing through him, and a newfound sense of connection with the creature nestled upon his chest. What a curious feeling! He thought to himself while the ant moved down from his chest and started performing a strange dance between his legs. To make things even more interesting, he was given a new window, one where he could see his new friend's stats. Name. No name. Classification. Minuscule gleaming mana ant G+L1. Type. Insectoid. Hit points HP. 5/5. Magic points MP. 8/8. Stamina points SP. 8/8. Strength. 56G. Agility. 76G+. Dexterity. 66G. Constitution. 68G+. Intelligence. 93G+. Wisdom. 92G+. Willpower. 89G+. Durability. G. Stamina points, not special points. The monster's stats were quite low and in the G rank. When he tried to recall his original status screen, this monster was even below it. What he noticed was that this creature also had no name, just like he did in the past, and that he could see its status screen, as if it was his own. It appeared in a section called Bonded Monsters that wasn't really explained. Maybe I should ask the hero or Demon King about this, but first. He looked at the name of this monster just like previously. The name was long, but one word caught his attention. Then, just like when he had gotten his own name of Rusty, this ant had been named. Name. Gleam. Classification. Minuscule gleaming mana ant G+L1. Type. Insectoid. His new friend started dancing around as if he was given something tasty to eat. It was a strange feeling, but for some reason, Rusty was feeling joy. He started his life alone and without much purpose, but now things were changing. The two glowing orbs were there, and so was this sparkling ant that had just been named. Gleam, can you talk? He attempted to communicate with his new friend, but it didn't seem that this creature could respond. However, it seemed that it had some intelligence, as it responded by shaking its body as if it were trying to respond. No talking, then how about, you bring me that crystal? Rusty pointed towards a nearby mana crystal with his finger, gesturing for Gleam to fetch it. The ant, understanding the command, scurried over to the crystal with surprising agility. It grabbed hold of the crystal with its mandibles and struggled for a moment before managing to lift it. With a determined effort, Gleam dragged the crystal back to Rusty, presenting it at his feet. Well, that's impressive. Rusty remarked as he was impressed by the ant's intelligence and order-following capabilities. Even without asking for confirmation, he knew that he received something similar to a familiar or a thrall. For one reason or another, the ant must have accepted him as his leader, which he then confirmed with the contract. Could it have done it to survive? As Rusty pondered the reason behind the ant's behavior, he realized it was ultimately without meaning. Perhaps the ant perceived him as its mother, or perhaps it acted out of fear of the other monsters lurking outside. Its body was quite small, and once it left this cavern, its fate would be sealed. Gleam stood little chance against the stronger monsters outside, and it would likely meet a swift demise if left alone for too long. Now then, did I learn any other skills besides limb control? Basic shield proficiency. Passive skills. A skill that makes it easier to wield a shield along with other weapons. It is required to unlock more powerful shield skills. Previously, Rusty only was able to absorb the shield bash skill from one of the dungeon skeletons but never got around to getting the passive. While holding the shield was fine, now he would truly be able to use it in battle. There doesn't seem to be anything else. He expected to receive something more magical like the elemental charge skill or the elemental discharge one, but perhaps later something good would arise. All his stats had gone up and he had access to a whole inventory filled with new weapons. He wanted to summon his arsenal instantly but needed to withhold. There was still a lack of any tin ore in this area. Before finding a vein he needed to conserve his resources. Only one more anomaly remained, as his body had a strange addition. Previously he was just a hallowed suit of armor, without anything on the inside. However, now a strange orb resided within him and it was glued to the top of his helmet. At first, he attempted to take it out, but the moment he tried, a strange foreboding feeling washed over him. It was as if his very essence was inside of this very tiny orb, and if he tried to remove it from within his body, something bad would happen. This was a new weak point of sorts, as previously to defeat him, his body needed to be mangled. Now on the other hand, if this was damaged he felt like something bad would happen. He needed to protect this small orb that was the size of a marble, and luckily it was at a location that would be hard to damage. Not much that I can do about this. I should probably go test out that one skill and also this new body. The basic elemental discharge skill was something that he hadn't truly tested out yet, as it was given to him when he maxed out his previous form. Now that he was transformed and had more MP to use such skill, it was time to take over the whole underground cavern. The strongest monsters that he had come across here were of E rank, which he was now a part of. Should I go after the centipedes first? The memory of getting chased by the large centipede matriarch was still fresh in Rusty's mind. It was a scary opponent that was much larger and was quite swift. While he felt confident now, it was better to test his sword out on the lesser monsters first. Afterward, it would be time to take care of the matriarch. Time for a hunt. You want to follow me? Rusty was on his way out of the cavern before he noticed that the white ant continued to follow after him. This creature was rather weak and would not last even against a slug, but this didn't mean that it was of no use. Good, then Gleam, you will be the bait. A devious idea crept into his metallic head as he set off to the watering hole where the monsters gathered. Even with the ant queen gone, the other monsters continued to respect their space. However, the centipede seemed to have multiplied since his last visit, and perhaps with time, would also attempt to overthrow the other monsters here. With Gleam by his side, Rusty ventured forth into the cavern, the echoing sound of his footsteps reverberating off the crystalline walls. As they approached the watering hole, the ambient noise of chittering insects and dripping water grew louder. The monsters looked in his direction and reacted in a rather novel way. Usually, they would ignore him, but this time around, many of them started moving in his direction. It was clear that their gazes were not focused on his metallic frame but on the gleaming ant, which was quite radiant. While Rusty had intended to employ his new little helper as bait, he hadn't anticipated that the monsters would react so aggressively upon seeing it. He had assumed they would avoid the radiance it emitted, as it was similar to the light he could produce with his sword. However, the monsters appeared to be drawn to Gleam's glow like moths to a flame. They skittered and slithered closer, their eyes fixed on the tiny ant as if it were a tantalizing treat. Rusty watched as the creatures closed in, their movements becoming more frenzied with each step. This wasn't quite what I had in mind. Gleam, get behind me. Rusty knew that the situation was starting to spiral out of control. Nevertheless, for some reason, he didn't feel that he was fully in danger. He was an E-rank monster who was being confronted by a bunch of F ranks. When thinking about those larger monsters that towered over the rest, he imagined himself as one of them. He quickly assessed the scenario and raised his sword into the air. With the activation of basic elemental charge, it started glowing with an intense light. The monsters were blinded and stopped in their tracks, but this was not his plan. Soon after, he swung his sword forward in a sweeping motion while also activating basic elemental discharge. When doing so, a torrent of light energy surged forth from the blade, engulfing the oncoming monsters within. The creatures screeched and writhed as they were struck by the force of Rusty's attack, their bodies convulsing. They were still alive, but they were stunned. Gleam scurried behind Rusty, seeking shelter behind one of his metallic legs. It chomped with its mandibles but left the fighting up to its current master. Not bad. Even though they aren't dead, it won't be hard to defeat them in this state. You have gained +8 experience points. You have gained +9 experience points. Rusty charged in, the monsters were down for the count and easy targets. With swift slashes of his sword, he dispatched the stunned creatures one by one, their weakened forms offering little resistance against his onslaught. Gleam watched from the sidelines, its glowing body pulsating before it too launched itself at one of the injured monsters. As the last of the monsters fell, Rusty took a moment to evaluate his performance. His sword was still crackling with an elemental sheen, but the skill had run its course. Rusty noted that the monsters that had attacked the small ant lay dead, while others had decided to flee upon realizing his strength. It became apparent that these creatures weren't truly mindless and lacked the compulsion to fight to the last one standing. I wonder if they see me as one of those other monsters. Rusty was somewhat aesthetic as this cemented his rise in strength. At first glance, his stats didn't look that much greater than the ones he previously had. However, as he had now had some time to utilize his new body, it became apparent that it was many times stronger than the corroded shell he had previously inhabited. There seemed to be some sort of hidden power boost accompanying his rise to the E rank that surpassed the numbers indicating it. There were a little bit over 10 bodies on the ground, composed of the centipedes and slug monsters. For some reason, the beetles stayed out of it for the most part and retreated to their side of the cave after he activated his new skill. However, to Rusty's surprise, another anomaly arose concerning his new friend, Gleam. Despite the ant not inflicting any damage, it was strangely enough gaining experience points. Gleam had entered the fray after the monsters had been disabled by Rusty's skill, targeting only the incapacitated ones. Its mandibles weren't particularly strong and it struggled to bite through the tough exoskeletons of the large centipedes. Although Rusty landed all the finishing blows, Gleam managed to gain a level without landing any critical hits, while Rusty felt like he was receiving fewer experience points than before. Maybe I should ask one of them for advice. He pondered this issue as the memories of the Demon Lord and the hero weren't giving him any answers. While these memories provided a starting point for his understanding of the world, they fell short in unveiling its deeper secrets. Without directly consulting one of his guiding helpers, Rusty realized he wouldn't fully understand this situation. As long as I don't keep them out for too long, it should be fine. I just need to limit it to one guide. His MP was recharging at a faster rate than before, but he still chose to wait until it was maxed out. Passing out again was not something he wished to do, and he needed to see if he could actually use this skill correctly. Previously Rusty did not pay attention to his mana usage, but this time around his visor would be glued to the system window. Thus, after waiting for a bit for his mana to recharge, he decided to summon one of the beings from the Soul Forge. Who should I pick, the hero or the Demon King? Rusty wasn't sure which one of them could offer him a better explanation. The hero had assisted him in refining his crafting skills and provided insights into weapon and armor creation. On the other hand, the Demon King seemed to possess knowledge about monsters and their behaviors, which could shed light on the peculiarities he was experiencing with Gleam. If it's about monsters, it seems that the Demon King could know better. While the Demon Lord seemed untrustworthy at the start and attempted to flee instantly when he was previously summoned, the skill call guide seemed to compel them to answer his questions truthfully. The decision was made and more precise knowledge of the monster world was needed. After postponing his journey towards the centipede lair, he ventured back to the safety of his crystal headquarters. Here he felt safe, and even if he passed away once again, there was no chance of him getting hurt. Rusty realized that this would be his final test. If, for any reason, it failed again, he would have to cease using this skill. Continuously losing consciousness whenever it was activated and being vulnerable to monster attacks was not a viable option. No hero this time around? Do you perhaps enjoy my presence more, my dear Rusty? But, could you do me a favor and not summon me to this bright place? It's giving me a migraine, and I don't even have a tangible body. The Demon King appeared in the form of a glowing black orb. It was a strange sight to behold as it was forming itself. Shadows started forming from seemingly nowhere and expanded in size. Eventually, the fallen Demon King was there, his imposing voice being a reminder of the great evil that he once was. I apologize for the inconvenience. But I need your help. What can you tell me about this ant? Rusty was in a rush as he could see his MP drop by exactly 50 points. This left him with a bit over 70 points. Everything seemed to be fine at first, but he noticed another magic point being deducted right after. This was probably the reason for his downfall previously. The skill used up MP at a continuous rate. The ant again? I see that you have given it a name. Well, at least it's not Gleamy. Why would I name it Gleamy? Just ignore what I said. What do you want to know about this ant again? Oh, something strange happened after I woke up. It was on my armor and then I was asked for a bonding contract. He quickly explained everything to the Demon King while keeping his gaze on the system window. There, he observed his MP slowly ticking down, but not at a rate that posed any immediate harm. Reflecting on his previous fall, he could only assume that summoning both orbs simultaneously had resulted in higher magic usage and initial costs, which then led to his sudden loss of consciousness. Ah yes, a bonding contract, those also exist. I usually preferred the thrall or slave contracts, much better. A thrall contract. Indeed, let me explain. While a bonding contract forms a connection between you and a monster, you're compelled to share your experience points with them. However, if you manage to acquire a thrall, that wouldn't be the case. I'm sure you've experienced that before, haven't you? Receiving less experience than usual. That did happen, so a part of my experience is going to Gleam. It is. I'm not sure what the exact number is, but it won't go above half, and if your bonding partner isn't within range, you will be able to gain your experience at the usual pace. Interesting. So, is there anything else I should know about this bonding contract? Well, besides sharing experience points, the bond can also grant the monster certain benefits. They might gain access to skills or abilities they wouldn't otherwise have, and they can become more loyal and obedient to you as their bond strengthens. Unique evolutionary choices might appear once they are ready, and you will have the ability to decide. I'll be able to decide. Indeed. Thus, I would advise you to help your new friend advance quickly. It will be hard for this creature to survive on its own. The other monsters will be drawn to it like moths to a flame too. This peculiar species is special, it seems to attract other monsters too, perhaps they are drawn to its mana? Some creatures are natural elixirs, it could be possible that eating it would unlock a special evolution too. Rusty nodded, absorbing the information provided by the fallen Demon King. It seemed that the bonding contract was both a boon and a burden. On one hand, he needed to share his experience with it, but on the other hand, it also worked in reverse. As the ant grew stronger, Rusty envisioned the possibility of confronting more formidable foes together. In the past he managed to kill strong adventurers with the help of other monsters, so this tactic wasn't anything new. That's not that bad, I can just have him stay here if I just want to level up by myself too. That you can this Demon King help you with anything else? Will you tell me to cook you something now? The Black Orb replied in a sort of annoyed tone. Rusty knew that this being didn't like to be ordered around, but it was not something he concerned himself about. After ignoring the question, he gave one of his own that concerned the change in his body. He removed his helmet and turned it around to show that strange marble glued to it. What is this? That? It's just a monster core. Monsters start growing once they become E rank. Oh, does it do anything? It feels very important, as if something will happen if I touch it. Of course, if your monster core is destroyed, you will cease to exist. The Demon King's words sent a shiver down Rusty's metallic spine. The idea of his existence hinging on the safety of this small orb was daunting, to say the least. So, it's like my lifeline. In a manner of speaking, yes. It's the essence of your being, contained within that core. Damage it, and you risk your very existence. However, once you increase in strength, so will you also gain skills and abilities to shelter it better. Once that's over with, you won't even remember that it was ever there to begin with. There are also benefits of having a monster core. You will not die unless it is destroyed. I won't? Even if my HP goes down to 0. That's the fun part, it can't. A monster with a core must have its core destroyed, otherwise it won't perish. However, magical attacks that affect your whole body could be used as a finishing blow, so it would be best if you don't let your health fall below a certain threshold. Rusty absorbed this information with a mix of relief and fear. On one hand, knowing that he wouldn't die unless his monster core was destroyed offered a certain degree of security. This information could even save his life in the future. As long as his helmet that housed the core survived, he wouldn't die. However, it was quite a small and brittle-looking object. If he took too many hard hits to his bronze head, he could perish even if his HP wasn't fully lowered. Thank you for the clarification. My pleasure. Now Rusty, my boy, how about we talk about something? I'm sorry, but you will have to go now. I beg your pardon. Before the Demon Lord could continue with his sentence, he was interrupted by Rusty. His mana had dropped by another 50 points and it was becoming too dangerous to continue. Luckily, it was possible to end this skill whenever he chose. It only took a mental command for Rusty to dismiss the fallen Demon King. Well, that's rude. The dark orb started to flicker before it dissipated into thin air while shouting something at him that he didn't fully understand. Rusty had gained valuable information and was glad that he asked about this monster core of his. Now he knew that he needed to protect his head more than his other body parts. Now, what should I do about you? Gleam wiggled its antennae as if sensing Rusty's gaze upon it. He could feel that this monster was eager to assist and would follow his orders. The problem wasn't its loyalty but that it wasn't the strongest. For it to become of any use, it needed to at least reach the F rank like the other insects here. I think it will be better if we start now. It felt wise to begin the leveling drive now, and he already knew that his companion could be used to lure the other monsters. With that in mind, Rusty formulated a plan. He would venture deeper into the cavern, seeking out groups of monsters to battle alongside Gleam. By strategically utilizing the ant's glow to attract foes, Rusty could dispatch them efficiently and ensure Gleam gained the necessary experience to level up. Gleam, are you ready? Rusty addressed his newfound companion, who responded with a series of excited movements, indicating its readiness for action. Let us depart then. For some reason, with Gleam by his side, Rusty felt a lot more joy. He recalled his life before falling down the chasm. The other monsters would react to him at all, but Gleam was different. It wiggled around in a novel fashion and seemed to always be interested in the things he was doing. Finally, the two ventured towards the tunnels, and this time around they were not attacked at the watering hole. After considering his options, Rusty decided to enter the slug-filled tunnels. Gleam had a weak bite, but the slugs were quite squishy to the point that even he would be able to do damage. The new hunt started as he postponed the destruction of the centipede-filled dungeons and the matriarch waiting for him there. Instead, he focused on helping his new friend level up. One thing in particular stayed with him. The Demon Lord mentioned that he would be able to affect the evolutionary path of this small ant, and he wanted to see how. Just as expected, the slugs weren't much of a problem. After using Gleam to lure them in, he was able to avoid their initial charges and cut them in half. With the elemental discharge skill, thighs were even easier. These monsters liked to gather in a large group, which allowed Rusty to hit multiple of them at once. After getting hit, they were momentarily stunned, and even Gleam could finish them off through multiple bites that probably did 1 HP damage each. As the two pushed into the cavern, Rusty realized just how deep it went. The further he ventured, the more of the monsters he encountered. Luckily, he was not the armor that he used to be, and slaying them came to him rather easily. Even their best attack couldn't faze him, as he could easily block it with the bronze shield he created. Rusty couldn't help but marvel at Gleam's tenacity. Despite its diminutive size, the ant fought with unwavering determination, never backing down from a challenge. It was clear to Rusty that Gleam had the heart of a warrior, and he found himself growing more and more fond of his tiny companion. While he received less experience than before, it felt well spent, as he could see Gleam's levels just skyrocketing. At the end of their push into the slug-infested tunnels, Gleam was already level 5. This leveling speed was only something he could have dreamed about when he was created. Eventually, they reached a large chamber at the center of the cavern, where a massive slug, easily 10 times the size of the others, lay coiled upon itself. Its body pulsed with an otherworldly glow, and its 2 extended eyes seemed to focus on the 2 intruders. Gleam, can you hide yourself somewhere? This might be too dangerous for you to handle. Gleam seemed unwilling to part from his new metallic companion, but relented. The ant looked at the tunnel wall and started burrowing itself into it, disappearing from sight. With Gleam safely hidden, Rusty turned his attention back to the colossal slug before him. It seemed to be the big boss of this area, just like the Ant Queen and Centipede Matriarch. I'll start with you then. Rusty pointed with his sword in the direction of the monster. The creature was surrounded by a small swarm of smaller slugs, which probably acted as its defense force. Once they were dealt with, defeating their leader would be much easier. Go screw yourself! A young woman shouted at a stocky-looking man with a long red beard. He wore a blacksmithing apron over his clothes as he returned an item he had been given for appraisal. It appeared to be an old bronze gauntlet, corroded in several places. What ya want from me? It ain't worth that much, take the coins or don't, I don't care. Humph, you don't care? I'm sure you'll start to care after I take this dagger and shove it up your arse. The man was of the dwarven race and started shouting back at the unruly woman. Luckily she was not alone in this shop, and soon one of her companions began to pull her back before. Levy, calm down, you are making a scene. Other patrons within the shop began to take notice, their attention drawn to the unfolding scene. The presence of metallic weapons and pieces of armor scattered around made it clear that this was a place frequented by adventurers seeking to purchase such gear. The shopkeeper, a burly dwarf, furrowed his bushy brows, his hands clenched into fists as he glared at the woman named Levy. I told ya already, the gauntlet ain't worth much. Ya can take the coins or leave it, but don't ya dare threaten me in me own shop. The man repeated himself, but this time his voice boomed through the entire shop. His thick accent made it difficult for some people to understand him, but the message was clear. Levy's companion, a wiry human named Kaon, attempted to defuse the situation. He understood that if this continued, their group could be prohibited from shopping in the store, something he wished to avoid at all costs. Please, forgive her outburst. She's just a bit tired from the last mission, don't worry, we'll just leave. Come Levy. The shop owner grumbled under his breath and adjusted his apron as he watched the group hastily leave his shop. He let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head as he muttered curses in Dwarvish, clearly frustrated by the encounter. The other patrons in the shop returned to their browsing while the party of the adventurers led by the person that just wanted to stab a shopkeeper, Levy. Hey, it's okay, we'll find another place to get rid of that gauntlet, how about we try an alchemist instead? That twilight bronze has to be good for something, maybe they use it for something there. Fine, I guess. Levy responded in an annoyed tone while trying to compose her nerves. The party had been trying to sell this one item for a while now, but it seemed that it wasn't worth much at all. They were at the end of their wits trying to find a buyer willing to pay a decent price for the worn-out gauntlet. They received it from a rare unique monster, but for some reason, it seemed worthless. As they exited the blacksmith's shop, Kaon led them through the bustling streets of the city. There were many people here with various races and professions bustling about their daily tasks. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the metallic tang of a blacksmith's forge and added to the lively atmosphere in this city. Kaon navigated the group through the crowded streets with ease, his keen eyes scanning the various storefronts for any signs of an alchemist's shop. Eventually, they stumbled upon a quaint little establishment nestled between a tavern and a herbalist's shop. A wooden sign hung above the door and depicted a bubbling cauldron. It indicated that they had indeed found what they were looking for, and soon they were at the door. Dedrick, wait outside, or even better, go find Rystel before he drinks himself stupid again. Levy looked towards a third-party member that was wearing a steel suit of armor. His massive frame made it difficult for him to navigate through crowded places, and his presence tended to draw unwanted attention. Dedrick grunted in acknowledgement and stepped aside, his heavy footsteps receding as he made his way to the tavern that his dwarven companion frequented. With Dedrick out of sight, Levy and Kaon entered the alchemist's shop. The interior was dimly lit by flickering candles, casting eerie shadows on the shelves lined with various vials, jars, and potions. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and magical ingredients, making it clear what this place was used for. Someone should open a window. Kaon commented as a strange mixture of scents assaulted his nose. Levy rolled her eyes as she was accustomed to the complaints of her companion. Just focus, we're here to get rid of this gauntlet. Levy approached the counter where an elderly human with wild, wiry hair and thick spectacles stood, stirring a bubbling cauldron. The alchemist glanced up as they approached, his eyes squinting behind his glasses as he noticed a specific item in their hands. Welcome, travelers. How can I assist you today? His voice crackled and showed his advanced age. Levy didn't wait much before throwing the severed gauntlet onto the store counter before asking for money. We have an item we're looking to sell, what can you offer for this? The alchemist peered at the gauntlet and his eyebrows furrowed as he concentrated. He picked it up slowly and started to examine it from all sides. Eventually, he pulled out a large magnifying glass with strange arcane symbols on the sides. He turned it over, examining the intricate details, and muttered to himself as he assessed its condition. Levy and Kaon watched while hopeful that this alchemist would see some value in this seemingly worthless item. Interesting piece. A bit worn and some corrosion have set in, but the interesting part is the metal in itself. Twilight bronze is quite a rare find. The alchemist's eyes sparkled with interest as he continued to inspect the gauntlet. Levy and Kaon exchanged hopeful glances, sensing a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this person would buy this worthless piece of equipment for a few gold coins, instead of the lower prices every other shop owner had offered them. Yes, twilight bronze, it must be worth quite a lot. I bet you could melt it down and use it for enchantments or something. Use it for enchantments? The alchemist looked at Levy as if she said something silly and quickly corrected her on the assumption. Young lady, while twilight bronze is rare, it doesn't mean that it's worth much. I'm afraid that I can't offer you more than a few silver coins, and I don't think you'll get much better elsewhere. It's simply not in high demand. Levy's frustration flared up again, her patience worn thin after being met with disappointment yet again. She exchanged a glance with Kaon, who sighed in resignation. It seemed they had hit another dead end in their quest to offload the gauntlet. However, it seemed that the old alchemist had noticed this display of negative emotions and decided to offer some advice. You see, while twilight metals are indeed very rare, they're not practical for most individuals. Their properties combine those of dark demonic magic and holy light magic, making them exceedingly rare and almost impossible to wield by any ordinary person. Even if you were to craft a weapon for a demon or someone proficient in light magic, they wouldn't be able to utilize it. The alchemist's explanation brought a new perspective to Levi and Kaon. They had been so focused on trying to sell the gauntlet for its material value that they hadn't considered its potential properties. If it couldn't be fashioned into a better piece of armor than regular bronze, then it wasn't really worth much. But, you're saying that it does have some magical properties. The alchemist gave out a sigh before he continued with his explanation. Unless you find someone like a Nephilim to wield it, this piece of equipment is practically useless. You'd require a perfect balance between both light and dark magic to unlock the full potential of this metal. As far as I know, such equilibrium doesn't exist anywhere. A Nephilim? Yes, an offspring between a demon and an angel. Levi and Kaon exchanged a glance and nodded in understanding. They were familiar with the concept of a Nephilim, an extremely rare species that was more myth than legend. While this rarity made the metal valuable and potent in the right hands, it held little value when sold to regular adventurers like themselves. At best, they could hold onto it in hopes of finding a collector willing to offer a better price. However, as it stood, the item was not worth more than a regular bronze gauntlet. Shit, how much were you willing to pay for it? The alchemist scratched his chin thoughtfully before responding. I could offer you 5 silver coins for it. It's not much, but it's the best I can do. Levi sighed heavily, feeling the weight of disappointment settling in once again. Kaon gave her a nudge with his elbow and whispered into her ear quickly before she made her mind to leave again. It's already more than what the blacksmiths offered us, let's just take it and go, we've lost enough time on this already. Yeah, I know. Reluctantly, Levi nodded in agreement. They had been trying to offload this item for over a week now and it wasn't worth the effort. She turned back to the alchemist and extended her hand, indicating her acceptance of his offer. Fine, we'll take the 5 silver coins. The alchemist nodded in response and reached under the counter to retrieve the coins. He counted them out and placed them on the counter. Soon after the gauntlet was given to him and the exchange had been concluded. Thank you for your business. If you ever come across any other rare items, feel free to bring them by. I may be interested. Levi gave a half-hearted nod of acknowledgement, but her mind was already shifting to their next task. She scooped up the coins and stuffed them into her pouch before turning around to leave. Come on, let's get out of here. Kaon followed suit, offering a polite nod to the alchemist before turning to leave. Soon they were gone and the alchemist took the gauntlet into his hand while smiling. He took it to the side and placed it on one of the wooden shelves where other peculiar items of unknown worth were placed. Twilight magic, it is said that if someone mastered it, they could cut the very fabric of reality, even harming gods wouldn't be out of the question. But alas, such power remains just a myth, and even if it wasn't, bronze would not be able to contain such power. Maybe I can use it as a paperweight. He let out a wistful sigh, his eyes lingering on the gauntlet for a moment longer before he turned his attention back to his cauldron, stirring its contents with a long wooden spoon. The shop returned to its usual quiet ambience, the flickering candles casting dancing shadows on the walls as the alchemist continued his work, lost in thought. However, at another location, deep underground, a battle with a creature wielding strange powers was already taking place. Now that your friends are all gone, it's just you and me. A bronze suit of armor stood atop a small hill of now dead slugs. Its blade was clad with a strange magical essence that illuminated this large chamber. This weapon was pointed at a large slug creature with a bulbous body that rippled with an eerie rhythm. The slug creature, sensing the threat posed by the armored figure, let out a guttural roar that echoed through the chamber. Rusty, who was the living armor in question, remained focused while trying not to slip on the slug mucus that covered the entire area. He had managed to dispatch a large number of these creatures and now only had their leader to contend with. Thanks to his body that never tired, he was able to slowly accomplish this feat. The slug creatures launched themselves towards him in a predictable pattern that he had grown accustomed to. Even if their bites connected with his body, he didn't receive more than 1 or 2 points of damage. In his current evolved form, there was nothing left for him to fear, and eventually, this became the outcome of the battle, a chamber filled with dead slugs and their leader the only one remaining. With a swift movement, Rusty lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air as it aimed for the slug creature's soft underbelly. The creature reacted unexpectedly by compacting its body and launching itself forward with a biting attack. While the smaller slugs could only use their elongated mouths for attacking, their leader was different and could launch itself at fast speeds. Fortunately, Rusty managed to block the attack with the help of his new shield, and thanks to his newfound skill proficiencies, the shield remained firmly on his arm. He pushed back against the slug's body, exploiting the fact that, despite its ability to launch itself at fast speeds, it took time for its larger body to contort and take aim. Rusty seized this opportunity and delivered a magically enhanced power slash to the monster's side. The slice produced a large gash, accompanied by strange monster blood, but to his dismay, it began mending itself at a rapid pace. Some type of regeneration skill similar to my own. But such skills always have a limit, I just need to continue and it will eventually run out of resources. He pressed on and his attacks became more frenzied as he sought to overwhelm the slug creature's healing capabilities. With each strike, he observed how the wound would close, but not entirely, leaving behind faint scars that indicated progress. Despite his efforts, the battle continued, but eventually, his enemy started to falter. The slug creature proved to be a formidable foe, but Rusty was no longer an inexperienced combatant either. With each swing of his sword, he grew more confident in his own abilities. His tactics to exploit the weaknesses, along with a keen eye for his opponent's movements, allowed him to gain the upper hand. Finally, with one last powerful strike, Rusty delivered a finishing blow that pierced through the slug creature's thick hide, driving his sword deep into its core. The creature let out a final, guttural roar before collapsing to the ground, its body twitching as it succumbed to its wounds. Rusty stood over his fallen foe, his sword still crackling with residual light energy that was now dimming. You have gained plus 102 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained a level. Rusty gazed at the defeated monster as the system message resounded. He had emerged victorious, marking his first step in the domination of this cave system. Next was the centipede area and then the beetles, but ultimately, Rusty still harbored the desire to ascend back up into the dungeon from which he fell. There, he would exact his revenge on the adventurers who had sent him down here. Rusty surveyed the chamber and his eyes lingered on the now lifeless form of the slug creature. With a sense of satisfaction, he attempted to holster his blade but found it covered in strange mucus. Luckily there was a shallow pond of water nearby which had been seemingly used by the leader slug for sustenance. I managed to level up but didn't gain any new skills. Oh well, what about my status? Name: Rusty. Classification: Twilight Bronze Armor EL2. Type: Magical/Inorganic. Hit points HP: 112/137. Magic points MP: 18/126. Special points SP: 40/40. Strength: 21E. Agility: 4E. Dexterity: 7E. Constitution: 22E. Intelligence: 10E. Wisdom: 11E. Willpower: 9E. Durability: E+. While heading there he looked over his status screen which had been updated. He had only gained one level, and his stats didn't seem to have increased that much. However, he could sense that compared to the old level UPS when he was still an F-rank monster, he was somewhat stronger. He couldn't quite tell why, but there appeared to be some sort of gap between ranks. Perhaps it was some sort of hidden boost that wasn't showing up on the status screen. I should ask the Demon King or the hero about it the next time I see them. Rusty was a bit annoyed at his inability to call his two helpers for advice. His mana pool was quite low and he needed to wait for at least another hour for it to refill itself. For the time being he decided to clean his blade in the shallow pond here. It was already filling up with the dead remains of the slugs. Despite being a living armor, he understood the importance of keeping his equipment in good condition. Back in the Soul Forge he had learned of a couple of ways of cleaning his tools and that if he left blood on his weapons for too long, it could cause corrosion and damage over time. As he dipped the blade into the water, Rusty noticed a faint glow emanating from behind. He glanced back to see a small white ant making its way in his direction while avoiding the bodies of the dead slugs. It was Gleam who had noticed that the battle was over and decided to emerge from its hiding place. His new companion was just like him, a new being who had been born not so long ago. The ant looked at the dead slug monsters with curiosity, its antennae twitching as it took in the scene before it. Rusty watched as Gleam scuttled closer, its tiny form illuminated by a radiance coming from its body. He wasn't that bright before, did he learn a new skill? This reminded Rusty of how his new companion gained experience points by just being close to him. Considering that he had defeated quite a number of slug creatures here, including their leader, it was likely that his friend had gained a few levels. Thanks to their bond, Rusty also had access to the full status screen of his friend, along with all of its skills. Name: Gleam. Classification: Minuscule Gleaming Mana Ant G plus L8. Type: Insectoid. Hit points HP: 7/7. Magic points MP: 10/15. Stamina points SP: 11/11. Strength: 65G. Agility: 86G plus. Dexterity: 75G plus. Constitution: 77G plus. Intelligence: 99G plus, max. Wisdom: 98G plus. Willpower: 95G plus. Durability: G. The first thing Rusty noticed was that Gleam had more MP than he had when he was a level 1 F-rank monster. Another interesting observation was the intelligence stat, which had reached 99, with another bracket next to it having max written in. He could only assume that this meant the stat could not increase any further, but he decided to bring this issue up with one of his glowing helpers later for clarification. Gleam might be special, or I was just really weak. His mood dropped after realizing that this G-rank monster could have higher stats than his initial form. However, it also meant that it was the right choice to form a bonding contract with Gleam. If he became stronger quickly, then it would be possible for Rusty to use him in battle. Now for the skills, what are these? Basic Mineral Discovery. Active skill. Helps to detect minerals and ores within a certain radius. Basic Tracking. Active skill. Allows the user to track creatures or objects over long distances. Pheromone Trail. Active skill. Leaves a trail of pheromones that can be easily followed by individuals of the same species. Basic Mana Sense. Passive skill. Allows the user to sense the presence of mana in the environment, a requirement for spell casting. Basic Mana Manipulation. Passive skill. Allows the user to shape mana into various effects, a requirement for spell casting. Lesser Produce Light. Spell. A simple spell that produces light. Rusty's visor widened in surprise as he read through the list of skills. Gleam had acquired quite a diverse set of abilities, some of which could prove to be incredibly useful in their journey. The basic mineral discovery skill, in particular, could come in handy for locating valuable resources or hidden treasures within the cave system. Perhaps help him discover one of the ores that he had been missing. Gleam, you're quite something, aren't you? His ant companion noticed that it was being praised and showed a sign of acknowledgement by rubbing its antennae together in a happy manner. Rusty couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his little companion's achievements. It seemed that they were both growing stronger together. A spell. I think I know what this is. Rusty wanted to give that mineral discovery a try, but his attention was pulled towards the mana manipulation and sense skills. These skills seemed necessary for casting spells, and regretfully he lacked both of them. Gleam, his companion, only knew one spell, which allowed his entire body to glow brightly and act as a light source. This spell cost just 5 points of MP and was somewhat different from the light Rusty could produce with his sword. It doesn't use up the MP afterward. Does it have some type of lingering effect? As he contemplated this, Rusty felt a surge of curiosity about his own potential for magic. He had long been somewhat aware of the existence of mana and the spells it could produce. In his shared memories, he could see both the hero and the Demon King wielding these mysterious abilities. Perhaps somewhere along his evolutionary path, he too would be able to unlock them, and becoming a spellcaster wasn't just a pipe dream. You don't really have any attacking skills though, not even a bite skill. Gleam had received some interesting skills, but they weren't really suited for battle. The one spell that he had could only produce a faint light, which probably wouldn't hurt the other monsters like Rusty's did. The small ant showed his disappointment by clicking its mandibles in frustration, its tiny form visibly deflating. Rusty couldn't help but sympathize with his companion's predicament, as when he started, he wasn't really that great either. Don't worry, Gleam, you will get stronger. I'm sure when you evolve to a greater form, you will be really strong. Rusty attempted to cheer up his new companion with some words of encouragement. The ant perked up at Rusty's words, its antennae twitching with renewed conviction. Despite its lack of offensive skills, Gleam seemed eager to continue supporting Rusty in whatever way it could. Rusty couldn't help but admire the little creature's indomitable spirit. How about you help me explore this cave system? Who knows what we might find here? Why don't you use that mineral discovery skill? He gestured towards the dark recesses of the cave while Gleam scuttled forward eagerly. With a determined click of its mandibles, it activated the basic mineral discovery skill. Its tiny antennae twitched as it began scanning the surrounding area. Rusty stayed in place and looked at his small companion skittering around the ground. At first he was hopeful, but eventually he was made aware of this discovery skill's weakness. It had a rather limited range. Nevertheless, Gleam seemed to be focused and determined, its tiny form darting here and there as it diligently searched for any signs of valuable minerals or ores. Minutes passed, and Rusty grew increasingly impatient as he watched Gleam's efforts. He couldn't help but wonder if they were wasting their time on a futile endeavor. Then, while his mind turned to his inventory screen, he thought of something. I wonder, could this work? Rusty realized he had managed to retain one whole leftover tin ingot. This was, in fact, the mineral he had been searching for, as without it, he could not transform the copper ingots into bronze ones. Considering this, he turned to Gleam, who possessed a tracking skill in addition to the mineral discovery one. The tracking skill appeared to have a larger range than the mineral discovery skill, so Rusty hoped it would prove effective in locating more of the precious mineral. Can you track this mineral for me, Gleam? Rusty quickly retrieved the ingot from his inventory and held it out in front of Gleam. The ant paused in its search and scuttled over to Rusty, its antennae twitching with curiosity as it inspected the tin ingot. After clicking its mandibles in acknowledgement, the tracking skill was activated. There was no visual cue indicating it, but judging by Gleam's speed, it seemed to have caught on to something. There was some type of invisible path that seemed to have been presented, and the ant started following it. Rusty could only think that this had been the skill used by the other ants to follow him, and that perhaps soon some tin would actually be before him. To his surprise, the journey was far as Gleam navigated around the dead slugs only to arrive at the pond he cleaned his sword in. Is something wrong? It seemed that the ant wanted to move into the water, but just like the other members of its species, despised it. Gleam started moving around the water in an attempt to find another path. His partner darted around it, eventually ending up on the ceiling directly over it before coming to a stop. It seemed that what he was searching for lay within the water, which was quite murky. Is it in there? It was hard to tell, but he needed to check it out. He was a suit of armor, so breathing underwater wasn't a problem. The pond at the deepest end was only up to his waist, and he had an ingenious idea to aid in his search for the tin ore deposit. Instead of attempting to grab rocks, he removed his helmet from his body and submerged it in the murky pool of water. With his head close to the ground, it became much easier to spot any metallic residue that an ore might produce. The murky water made it difficult to see clearly, but after a few moments of searching, he noticed a glimmer of metallic shine. Carefully, Rusty reached down with his gauntlet. His metallic fingers brushed against something before he started squeezing. After a gentle tug, he managed to dislodge one of the rocks there with relative ease. Once it was on the surface, to his delight there was a small tin deposit there. "Good job, Gleam, you found it. I would have never been able to find it on my own." Gleam clicked its mandibles happily, seemingly pleased with itself for successfully locating the tin deposit. Rusty couldn't help but feel grateful for his tiny companion's assistance. Without Gleam's tracking skill, he would have likely missed this tin ore deposit here, as it was hidden under the waters of this slug cave. "Now, how should I get it out? The water is kind of in the way." Mining the copper wasn't difficult, as it was situated on the side of a wall and easily accessible. However, in the murky depths of the pond, Rusty couldn't see the bottom, making it challenging to pinpoint the correct areas for mining. Fortunately, the hero had given some advice while Rusty was creating his bronze arsenal. It was possible to add regular tools to his inventory, so he had created items like a pickaxe and a shovel, which he hoped would aid him in his underwater mining endeavors. "It will cost me 2 bronze ingots to make the tools." Although his body still required bronze to repair itself, Rusty had only sustained minor damage in the last encounter with the slugs. While he didn't want to spend it, there was a need for a shovel and some other basic tools. With Gleam's ability to locate more copper and tin ore deposits, he felt he wouldn't be wasting his resources. It was an investment for the future that would allow him to mine more easily. "I'll get a shovel first, I need to drain this water." After accessing his tabs, he used one of the ingots to fashion a previously assembled bronze shovel. With his new tool in hand, he approached the edge of the pond. The water here seemed to slowly drip from the ceiling, which eventually formed this pond. What he needed to do was dig out a tunnel to the side, and from there, gravity would take care of the rest. Rusty began digging at the edge of the pond, his bronze shovel slicing through the damp earth with surprising ease. Gleam watched from a safe distance as the rocky gravel was tossed to the side. With each scoop of the earth he removed, the water level started to gradually drop. After several hours of non-stop labor, Rusty had managed to create a small trench leading away from the pond. Water trickled down the tunnel, flowing away from the immediate area. He continued digging until the water level had dropped by a significant margin and the bottom of the pond was revealed. With the water now mostly drained, Rusty could clearly see the tin ore deposits sticking out amidst the dregs. Before climbing down into the now drained area, he lifted up one of his metallic boots that had been filled with water. While balancing on one leg, he turned it around to empty the water and then repeated the process on the other side. Afterward, he spent another ingot of bronze to produce a pickaxe, and now the mining could finally commence. With his newly crafted pickaxe in hand, Rusty descended into the drained pond. His boots produced an audible crunching noise which caught Gleam's interest. His ant companion scuttled closer as now there was no pesky water to keep him away. Rusty approached the tin ore deposits and carefully began to chip away at the surrounding rock with his pickaxe. Chunks of stone fell away as he worked and revealed the veins of tin hidden beneath. With each strike of his pickaxe, he collected small pieces of tin ore, storing them away in his inventory for later use. Gleam watched intently, its antennae twitching with curiosity as Rusty mined the ore. Despite its small size, the ant seemed to understand the importance of their discovery and was eager to assist in any way it could. After another couple of hours of meticulous work, Rusty stepped back. His inventory was now filled with tin ore and transformed tin ingots. With this discovery, he was now confident in his future plans. The other monsters would not stand in his way, and with so much metal at his disposal, he would be able to restore himself and his weapons without worry. It was time to conquer this part of the dungeon and then perhaps journey elsewhere, where other challenges awaited. I think I've got it all now, I shouldn't run out for a while now. A shiny suit of armor stood before a pile of ore while feeling good about himself. Rusty had managed to mine the whole tin deposit and then also return to the copper vein he had previously left behind. It took him some days, but without a need to sleep or eat, he was able to get this job over quickly. Now he just needed to transport all of this back to his lair. Luckily, when he was at the Soul Forge, the hero had given him some good advice. Alongside the pickaxe and shovel, he had received schematics for something known as a backpack. It was a container crafted from thin bronze with leather straps affixed to it using rivets. With its assistance, he could transport a large amount of ore without making the inside of his armor dirty. Though his balance felt somewhat iffy with it on, once he had cleared the tunnels, there were few monsters left to halt his progress. Let us head back, Gleam, light the way. His pet ant bounced around after receiving the order and started casting its one and only spell. The cave illuminated with a soft, gentle glow as Gleam activated its spell, casting light across the dark passages. Rusty followed closely behind, the weight of the backpack full of ore not hindering his movements as much as he had initially feared. His weight had increased since his new evolution, and thanks to his increased strength, it wasn't that hard to keep his balance. Walking through these lengthy tunnels started getting somewhat plain. Even upon reaching the watering area, the other creatures swiftly scattered at the sight of light emanating from the caverns. It appeared Rusty had transformed into the apex predator and was now feared by the insects. Although, this brought a sense of satisfaction, confirming his strength and prowess. Yet, it also brought a strange new emotion to the surface that he wasn't quite sure about. I wished they at least tried to fight back a bit, it's no fun when it's too easy. Rusty had gained some degree of strength and fighting these insect monsters had become easy. The only real threat he felt came from the larger E-rank monsters that still lurked within these cave systems, like the centipede matriarch. She would be his next target, followed by the giant beetles who seemed to be the dominant species down here. Yet, once he vanquished them, Rusty harbored aspirations of ascending to face greater challenges once more. His sights were set on a rematch with the shadowy spider and the humanoid adventurers who had bested him before. I wonder if I could defeat them now. I'm not sure. The thought of facing those formidable foes filled Rusty with a mixture of excitement and restlessness. He had come a long way since his last encounter with those two foes, but he couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. Despite his increased strength and the newfound abilities of his companion Gleam, Rusty knew that he still had much to learn and improve upon. If he could gain a new evolutionary stage before a confrontation with those old foes, he would stand a better chance. But for now, he needed to focus on the task at hand and bring these ores back to his base. Home sweet home. For some reason, Rusty began to appreciate the notion of having a home base to return to. After carefully unloading the backpack, he deposited the last of the copper ores he had gathered. The pile had grown in size, and was accompanied by a stack of ingots he had already transformed with his skill. Despite his inventory limiting him to only 10 ingots, he decided to use up his SP since he couldn't employ his absorption skill on the insects anyhow. Let me practice before I go confront that matriarch. Rusty put the backpack away by returning it to the regular inventory. He had his regular stash tab along with his currently equipped items. They consisted of a bronze shield and his old but upgraded arming sword. It was possible to reposition this sword into the inventory tab and opt for a slightly weightier long sword with a longer blade. It takes a few moments to exchange, but it could save me in the future. The inventory system he possessed could only accommodate a finite number of items. Initially, he could transfer items from the stash tab located beneath his equipped items screen. However, once it went over capacity, he would have to deposit the surplus of items into something known as a warehouse. Although the space there was much larger, it too also had its limits. He speculated that eventually, he would be forced to store any additional items in the real world. At first, this didn't appear to pose much of a problem, but Rusty soon encountered a drawback. Retrieving any item from the warehouse demanded an additional expenditure of special points, SP. This depleted his resources rapidly, making it smart to use this feature before embarking on an adventure. He could swap items inside the immediate stash tab without incurring further costs, and basic resources like bronze could be allocated to a separate resource tab but could not exceed the limit of 10 either. As Rusty contemplated his inventory management strategy, Gleam scuttled around him, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the small chamber they had designated as their temporary home. This brought back the next issue, which was Gleam's level, which was already 9. Despite not having slain many monsters since defeating the slugs, it was evident that his ant companion would soon reach the threshold of G rank and be able to evolve into an F rank monster, similar to his previous form. Gleam, do you wish to evolve and get stronger too? Rusty posed the question, and his small friend replied by gnashing his mandibles around as if it wanted to bite down on an enemy. The Demon King had mentioned something about his presence potentially influencing the ant's evolution, but perhaps it would also shape its character. It appeared that Gleam, too, harbored aspirations of surpassing its former self and perhaps towering over other ants that tried to suppress it. Then let us go, and let us become stronger, together. The duo of living armor and glowing ant emerged from their makeshift abode of radiant crystals, prepared to confront the trials that lay ahead. With confident strides, they made their way toward the territory of the centipede insectoids. Upon arrival, their gaze fell upon a rather small specimen which was clearly a level 1 monster. Stay behind me, Gleam. This will be over quickly. Rusty wanted to step forward to slay the small monster, but he was stopped, not by other monsters but by his ant companion. Gleam appeared to be trying to communicate by gnashing his mandibles and wiggling his antennae in a manner that suggested something. Do you want to face it on your own? Gleam's response came in the form of a happy dance. If Rusty had a face, it would likely be showing a smile at this moment. He was pleased to see that his companion shared his eagerness to test their strength against a formidable adversary. Despite the creature being an F-rank monster, its stats weren't that superior to those of the ant. It appeared to be a foe that could be vanquished in a fair battle, so Rusty decided to humor his companion with this wish. If you are confident, then be my guest, and don't worry, if it gets dangerous, I'll help. It seemed that Gleam was a bit mad after Rusty insinuated that it wouldn't be able to defeat this trivial foe. Rusty chuckled at the indignation his friend was showing but also admired his spirit. After nodding with approval, he stepped back and allowed Gleam to take center stage. The small ant wasted no time, darting forward with surprising speed. Its tiny form moved with agility as it closed the distance between itself and the centipede monster. The centipede, after sensing the approaching threat, reared up and was ready to strike. With a swift motion, Gleam dodged the creature's lashing attack, narrowly avoiding its sharp fangs. The ant retaliated with a quick jab of its own, sinking its mandibles into the centipede's side. Though its attack was small, it seemed to have caught the creature off guard. Rusty instantly noticed that his friend was quite smart, as Gleam did not go after the hardened exoskeleton but the creature's legs instead. The centipede hissed in pain as 2 of its legs were severed by Gleam's precise strikes. Despite its size advantage, the centipede found itself struggling to keep up with the small but agile opponent. Gleam continued to dart around the creature, striking at vulnerable spots with remarkable accuracy. Making sure to focus on its many legs that weren't as robust as the rest of its body. Rusty watched in awe as his companion demonstrated its combat prowess. Gleam's movements were fluid and precise and reminded him of his own poke-and-run tactics. With the slugs, he would usually bait out a forward charge before dodging and sinking his sword into the creature. His small friend seemed to have also taken a liking to this strategy, as it methodically dismantled their opponent, taking its time to ensure its own safety. Before the battle started, Rusty intended to jump in as he was fearful for the ant's life. Gleam didn't really have any strong attack like a power bite, and his spells could only manifest light. It was also not the type of light that would scare off the monsters like his elemental spells. However, with tactics and a resolve, Gleam was showing that it was capable of defeating a foe that was larger. The low-level centipede appeared to be thoroughly outmatched, and each time it attempted to ensnare the smaller ant, Gleam deftly sidestepped its advances. Gleam even cleverly evaded the creature by ascending toward the ceiling, where the centipede's fewer legs hindered its pursuit. As the battle reached its climax, Rusty witnessed something truly ingenious unfold before his visor. The monster's larger body was flipped around by the smaller ant. Once its softer underbelly was exposed, the tunnel they were fighting in was turned red. Rusty was surprised at the ferocity that his friend was showing. It didn't show any fear or care about its own safety. It seemed to have identified that this was the chance for victory and took it. To no surprise, the centipede monster was unwilling to meet its demise and began thrashing about wildly. In response, Gleam clung tenaciously to its lengthy body, maneuvering itself toward the creature's head from below. Gleam initiated its assault by driving its mandibles deep into the other monster, displaying remarkable tenacity to hold on. Despite the creature's violent thrashing and attempts to dislodge the ant by slamming it into the ground, Gleam refused to release its grip. With a final surge of strength, Gleam delivered a series of rapid bites to the centipede's vulnerable underside. The creature's thrashing grew weaker with each strike until finally, it collapsed to the ground with a defeated hiss. Gleam, panting but victorious, stood atop the fallen monster, its tiny form showing wounds but still victorious. You have gained +3 experience points. After getting the notification from the system, it became clear that it was over. Rusty was about to rush to his friend's aid, but it was clear that Gleam could handle itself. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at his companion's remarkable display of courage and skill. Then, to make things even better, after bringing up the status screen, Gleam's level had reached the maximum and it was time for an evolution. The Demon Lord was right. I can select the evolution. Well done, Gleam. You are the best. His ant companion skittered over while being covered in various colored insect liquids. It didn't seem that it liked eating the other monster's flesh, as while returning, most of it was spit out onto the ground. Rusty couldn't hold back his curiosity and instantly examined the evolutionary window that he was presented with and was surprised by one of the choices. Lesser Gleaming Mana Ant. Insectoid. A direct evolution of the rare minuscule Gleaming Mana. This monster, instead of using a larger body for combat, focuses on casting spells. Lesser Myrm Ant Queen. Insectoid. A lesser queen of the Myrm ant species, once fully grown, becomes immobile to produce their offspring. Lesser Myrm Ant Soldier. Insectoid. A larger variant of the minuscule Myrm ant drone with a larger body and stronger bite. Usually spotted around a queen ant as a protector. When looking at the choices, he was taken aback by the possibility of turning his small friend into an ant queen. Rusty turned towards Gleam, who was looking up at him while being confused, and spoke out. Gleam, are you a lady? This wasn't really something Rusty cared about much, but monsters seemed to have some type of internal identity that they followed through. It seemed that his new companion could transform into a matriarchal insect, which indicated that he might be of this gender. It took Gleam a little bit to figure out what the bronze suit of armor was asking for, but eventually she understood. Yes, Gleam performed the same dance whenever she was trying to confirm something. Very well then, but I'm not sure if you should become a queen ant. You wouldn't be able to move then. Gleam wiggled around as if trying to agree with Rusty's words. There was really only one choice from the three that seemed interesting, and thus, Gleam would turn into a lesser Gleaming Mana Ant. After selecting the option with his metallic finger, he was given another prompt to confirm the evolution process. Do you wish Gleam to evolve into a lesser Gleaming Mana Ant? This choice will be permanent. Yes. With a resolute nod, Rusty confirmed the evolution process for Gleam. The tiny ant began to glow with a brilliant light, and its form shimmered as it underwent its transformation. Rusty watched in awe as his companion's body changed. Its size expanded ever so slightly before his metallic visor, and the luster of its body seemed to intensify. However, Gleam was still rather small, probably still smaller than the average ant drone. "You look different." Before even looking at the status screen, he noticed the change. Gleam's head, once resembling that of other ants, had transformed. If he had to put it into words, Rusty would describe his companion as looking a lot cuter now than before. However, she was far from harmless. Almost immediately after the transformation was finished, she started testing her newfound abilities, which in this case, were tied to spell casting. Gleam raised her head, wiggling her antennae and mandibles in a rhythmic dance. Before long, a ball of pale blue energy materialized before her, a spell clearly different from the old one and notably more condensed. The new spell swirled and pulsated with a gentle glow before being propelled toward the lifeless centipede carcass. Upon impact, the creature's remains were obliterated in a spectacular display of power. Oh! Rusty was stunned by the display of arcane might, but before he could cheer, something strange happened. Gleam, who had just performed a powerful spell, started sprawling out on the ground. "Gleam, are you okay? Hold on." She was not dead or injured, but once he looked at the ant's mana pool, he noticed the number was at 0. He could only chuckle as his friend suffered the same affliction that he did when he used up all of his MP. Quickly, Rusty retrieved one of the small mana crystals he kept within his inventory, the same kind Gleam liked to munch on. It became evident that he would likely need a far greater number of these crystals if he wished to utilize Gleam's offensive spells effectively in the battles to come. However, this was quite a nice addition to his arsenal, and now he would not need to fight alone. "Now Gleam, use it while I distract the matriarch." The sound of an insect exoskeleton against bronze echoed as a large centipede monster species collided with Rusty's shield. Gleam, now transformed into a lesser gleaming mana ant, stood behind the long monster, ready to unleash her newfound spell-casting abilities. Rusty engaged the matriarch in combat by deflecting its strikes with his shield and counter-attacking with his sword. Meanwhile, Gleam focused her energy, conjuring a ball of vibrant blue mana between her antennae. As the matriarch lunged forward with its jagged mandibles, Rusty sidestepped and delivered a swift strike to its exposed flank. The creature recoiled in pain, giving Gleam the opportunity she needed. With a flick of her antennae, she released a condensed bolt of mana. This bolt of energy crackled and streaked toward the centipede matriarch. The spell struck true, engulfing the centipede in a brilliant explosion of arcane energy. The matriarch screeched in agony as the mana bolt tore through its chitinous armor and burrowed itself into its flesh. Rusty could tell that this was an opportunity to strike and seized it. His blade was engulfed in a radiant haze before he plunged it into the monster's mouth. Then, with a resounding boom, he discharged the radiant energy into the centipede's throat. Immediately after, a cascading effect took place and the inside of the elongated monster started expanding. The energy injected through its mouth started exerting pressure from within and burst out through the wound Gleam had inflicted. The centipede matriarch thrashed and convulsed as the energy tore through its body, causing it to thrash wildly in pain. Rusty and Gleam watched as the creature's movements gradually slowed until it finally collapsed to the ground, its body now lifeless. The cavern fell silent once more, with only the crackling of residual mana energy dissipating into the air. "You have gained plus 146 experience points." As the system's sound echoed, the cave they inhabited remained silent. Sprawled out around them were the bodies of defeated centipedes. They were futile in their attempts to aid their leader, as it was thwarted by the combined might of the living armor and his ant companion. Despite their victory, the metallic figure didn't appear entirely pleased with the situation. "Oh, sorry Gleam, I was just thinking that it's becoming a lot harder to level up. Even after defeating so many of them, I'm not even level 3. Well, some of us can't get levels that fast." Gleam performed her happy dance as she was eager to showcase her achievement of reaching level 4, while Rusty remained stagnant at level 2. He attributed this to two factors. Firstly, as an E-rank monster, he found that the F-rank opponents didn't offer much experience. Secondly, he had to share all of his points with the ant, who seemed to be rapidly progressing through the levels. After attaining 3 additional levels, Gleam could cast her attacking spell without risking exhaustion. During the battles, Rusty discovered the difference between spells and skills. Skills proved superior mainly because they didn't require concentration to cast and couldn't be interrupted. Spells, on the other hand, appeared as inferior versions of skills, limited by various strenuous requirements. The main one was a long casting time and the need to remain still in place, which could be deadly during battle. This was why he decided to take on the tanking role in this party of 2. He would bring all the attention to himself, while Gleam aided him from afar. Nonetheless, Rusty couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy that he couldn't perform spells. From what he knew, it was possible to learn these abilities not only through the means of leveling up. At least that was something his fragmented memories were telling him, but he would need to ask his 2 guides to confirm it. Did you learn a new spell or skill? Mana Bolt. Spell. The simplest attacking spell that produces a bolt of mana. The higher the intelligence attribute, the higher the attacking power becomes. Dancing Lights. Spell. The caster can create up to 4 torch-sized lights. They will hover in the air for up to a minute and can be moved around. Mana Bolt was the old one. So Dancing Lights is the new one. Gleam did something akin to a nod before attempting to get the hang of the new spell. However, before she could produce the effect, Rusty decided to raise up his hand in protest. This wasn't the first time she did this, but his ant friend tended to forget about her mana pool. At the time being, it was rather small, so he was sure that she would pass out after already having cast Mana Bolt before. Don't do it, Gleam, you'll go to sleep again. The mana crystals? Well, yes, we could use them, but we should conserve our resources. What if we get ambushed while we are going back? There could be other monsters lurking around. Gleam communicated through movements of her antennae and mandibles, prompting Rusty to presume that the bonding contract had bestowed upon him some form of skill enabling communication between them. Despite the absence of audible words, information seemed to flow effortlessly into his bronze head. Don't worry, Gleam, how about you see if we can find something here? Maybe there will be some tin or copper here. Rusty pondered over what to do with the remains of the defeated monsters. It seemed wasteful to leave them lying dead on the ground, destined to decompose without purpose. Some parts looked interesting, like the monster's large jaw that could even damage his armor. He couldn't shake the feeling that they held some value, although he wasn't certain what. A decision was made to ask one of his guides for some advice, and this time around, it was the hero's turn. Thus, while Gleam scoured the surroundings for mineral deposits, Rusty patiently waited until his MP recharged to a certain point. Then when the time was right, he spent the points required for the skill to activate. Once again, the orb of light materialized before his visor, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the whole underground cave. I'm out. The hero was a bit confused while looking around, but quickly realized that he was still just a spirit tied to a living armor. Rusty could hear him sighing before posing a question. Can I help you with something, Rusty? Indeed, hero. I seek your guidance regarding the remains of these defeated monsters. They seem to possess some value, but I am uncertain how to utilize them. The hero pondered for a moment before responding to the question that he was compelled to answer. Well, Rusty. They are probably useless to a mons, being like you. They are? But I think they should be good for something, like those large mandibles or those poisonous claws. The monster's head was larger than on the smaller variants, and it had a set of large poisonous claws. Rusty knew that poison could be used in various ways to help him achieve victory. This species of centipede typically possesses a poisonous gland, but it appears you've already destroyed it. Without the gland, even if you were to stab someone with those claws, it wouldn't be very effective. If you were an adventurer, you could likely sell some of the parts at the guild and then exchange them for something worthwhile. The poison gland could fetch a good price at an alchemist's shop. I could exchange them for metal. Not really, you'll be dead before you even enter the city. Do you think they would let a monster wander in? I guess. I killed a few adventurers. But I was just defending myself. Were you really? If I remember correctly, you prepared traps and even used poison against them. But, that doesn't matter, monsters and people see each other as enemies. Don't think too much about it. I'm not sure that I understand. Rusty was a bit perplexed. He was a monster, an armor with a mind of its own. He didn't harbor any remorse about defeating those humanoid adversaries. However, he also didn't feel that they necessarily needed to be enemies. Since forming a bond with Gleam, it seemed that cooperation was indeed a possibility. Could you be growing a? No, that's impossible, you're just a monster like the other ones. Growing a what? It doesn't matter, but if you have to, with the inventory and warehouse now operational, you should be able to store some of the monster parts there. Then, if ever needed, you'll be able to retrieve them. The hero seemed to want to tell him something, but he quickly changed the conversation and Rusty wasn't that interested in prying. Instead, he focused on the monster parts that were seemingly gatherable. Previously he assumed that he would only be able to retrieve metallic parts. There was no reason to fill out his empty warehouse if it was a possibility, perhaps later he would have a place to use some of these parts. What should I keep? What are the best parts? That's usually the fangs and claws of a monster, anything that looks sharp or sturdy is probably worth something. Besides that, you'll probably want the monster core, that's usually the most important part from a monster. A core, just like mine. Yes, you'll find it somewhere inside a monster's body, they usually only start appearing in monsters of E rank and above. Don't ask me where though, it's usually in the head but the area can vary. Rusty glanced at the dead monster with its numerous legs sprawled out. Cutting through them all seemed like a chore, but he didn't appear to be in a hurry for anything. However, as he prepared to start cutting, the hero orb called out to him. Can I go now? You wish to go? Yes, I think I've answered your question. There were quite big differences between the white and black balls of light. The Demon King seemed to want to stay longer and talk. Rusty wasn't sure about trusting him fully, but he was unable to tell lies, which fixed this issue. On the other hand, the hero seemed less amused by the situation, showing a reluctance to remain. It appeared as though he had reasons for not wanting to be there or just didn't like his current situation of being a monster's underling. I still need one thing answered. You seem to know more about this system and inventories than the Demon King. Yes, it was one of my blessings. It's not something just anyone can have. Great, then can I do something about this? Before releasing the hero from his guide work, Rusty pulled out a knife. It was the same one that he had made as his first creation. The hero glanced at the blade and instantly could tell that something was off. It looks to be chipped in a few areas. Rusty nodded as this was the crux of his problem, his weapons were deteriorating. I knew you'd be able to tell. Sure, so what did you want to know about it? I was wondering if there is a way to sharpen it again. I'm not able to make a grinding wheel nor can I make whetstones. The bronze weaponry and tools weren't the strongest and all of them were slowly dulling. It was the same with his sword and even shield, which already had a few dents. While he could make new ones with bronze, it felt like a waste of resources. I'm not sure if I can help you with that. Without a proper smithy and tools, it will be impossible to repair those weapons. Eventually, they will break. Is there really no way? Even when they break, shouldn't I be able to melt them back into bronze? Rusty had become knowledgeable about the crafting process. In theory, he should be able to melt some of the bronze items he created to make new bronze ingots from them. Even if he had a large quantity of them now, this could always change. Sure, but you'll need access to the smelter inside of the Soul Forge, but I don't think you can enter it at this time, at least not yet. The hero paused as if there was a possibility of this changing and Rusty caught on to that. Yet? Does that mean that I will be able to? Perhaps. I'm not sure. This soul forge is different, it's much larger than the one I had, but the possibility is there. So you're telling me, that there is a chance? Maybe, if you evolve further and have enough mana. It all started making sense. Rusty started assuming that just like the call guide skill, one that allows him entrance to the soul forge could exist. Maybe if he became stronger, eventually the path would become open and he would be able to restore his deteriorating gear at a later date. Thank you, hero. Good, can I go now? Sure, but are you feeling fine? You sound, what's the word, sad? Sad? I'm not sad, just having a hard time processing this situation. Processing. It means to stomach something. I guess you don't have one. It means to accept an unpleasant occurrence or feeling. Oh, do you want to talk about it? The hero orb didn't know how to respond but just gave out a sigh. I've fallen so low that a monster is feeling bad for me. No, it's fine Rusty, I just need some time alone. Fine, you can leave then, I'll call you when I need some advice later. Thanks. The Orb of Light replied, and soon after the skill calling it here had ended. With the hero's departure, Rusty turned his attention back to the task at hand. Gleam had returned from her exploration, without finding anything of interest. It didn't seem that this place had any ore deposits or crystals they could use. Gathering the monster materials turned out to be relatively straightforward. Rusty simply needed to disassemble the monster by cutting it apart, and then, by spending SP, he could transfer the materials directly into his warehouse. The cost varied depending on the size of the object he wished to collect. Additionally, he could bundle certain parts together, such as the centipede legs, taking 3 at a time for just 1 SP. Rusty disassembled the monster with the use of his bronze knife and sword. Slicing through the tough chitinous exoskeleton presented a challenge, but it offered an opportunity to learn something new. As he dissected the creature, he stumbled upon the damaged poison gland with its contents spilling out. Fortunately, his metallic form rendered him immune to such toxins. Meanwhile, Gleam, who was ever eager to assist, utilized her now enhanced mandibles to gnaw off the monster's legs, which Rusty then deposited into his inventory for later use. After they harvested enough materials and his SP was drained, he found himself covered in various monster liquids. Gleam, who had a sense of smell Rusty lacked, kept her distance, which saddened him slightly. Soon, the two companions ventured outside of the cave system and made their way back to the main watering hole. The once bustling place was now eerily deserted, with 3 species eradicated in Rusty's pursuit for strength. Only the largest of them remained, and he wondered if their leader would pose a bigger threat than the trio he already defeated. Fine, I'll clean myself off. Rusty found himself getting pressured into taking a bath. During their walk back home, Gleam was insistent on gnashing her mandibles in disapproval. Fortunately, since the watering hole was no longer used by anyone, he could easily submerge himself to cleanse his armor of all the lingering monster residue. Only after Gleam approved did he leave the watering hole, and soon both of them would go after their last target. Once that was done with, Rusty intended to set his metallic sights onto other things, and perhaps soon, he could emerge back into the dungeon he fell from. These guys are tough. An angry suit of armor gazed grimly at his chipped blade. Before him stood a large monster, its thick chitinous armor proving an annoying barrier. Even when his sword was at its sharpest, it failed to slash or pierce the creature, leaving only shallow wounds instead. While it was conceivable to breach the beast's defenses eventually, it would undoubtedly come at the cost of the blade's integrity. The only real way to do it with this sword, is to go for the gaps. Yet, there existed a method to effectively wield his sword against the creature. There were distinct gaps in this natural armor between the monster insect limbs. Through his short life, he had learned a crucial lesson: every adversary possessed a vulnerability, a weak point waiting to be exploited. Even his own sturdy form would crumble instantly if someone targeted the core concealed within his helmet. Gleam, distract the other one while I take care of this bigger one. V. The white ant scuttled towards the ceiling and produced a light show. Another beetle looked up to it but was unable to do anything to the faraway foe. While it was distracted, Rusty was able to focus on his target. The beetle he was facing was indeed large and sturdy, but it did have one weakness: it was rather slow. As the monstrous creature lunged forward with its razor-sharp mandibles, Rusty quickly sidestepped the attack. With precision honed through previous battles, he activated the power thrust skill and drove his blade into the vulnerable gap in the creature's armor, drawing spurts of crimson blood. The monster recoiled in agony and attempted to pivot and retaliate, but Rusty's agility was far above it. He remained within the creature's blind spot by circling to the other side and relentlessly jabbed at it, each strike calculated and precise. The beetle, now weakened and disoriented, thrashed about wildly, unable to discern Rusty's movements. Gleam, observing from above, had cast the dancing lights spell. At the moment, she was only able to produce 2, but this was enough. Each one danced around a beetle's head, confusing it with a dazzling display of flickering lights. The monster's other weakness showed: even though the light didn't hurt them, a too bright environment caused momentary blindness. His opponent stumbled, giving Rusty the opening he needed to deliver the finishing blow. With a final, decisive thrust, Rusty plunged his sword deep into the creature's open mouth. The beetle let out a deafening screech of agony before collapsing to the ground, twitching feebly as its life faded away. One was down and the other was quickly dispatched by the monster duo as well. As the battle concluded, Rusty and Gleam stood victorious amidst the fallen monsters. 2 beetles had been slain by them, and it was not such a simple matter. They were sturdier than any other insect within this cave system, and even though they were sluggish, the lack of space to maneuver made up for it. Rusty looked at his chipped blade while Gleam, on the other hand, performed her happy dance. Her level had risen again and she was now close to advancing further. // I'm happy for you, but I can't keep replacing my weapons. While he had gathered many materials, they would not last forever. His current skills only allowed him to competently use swords and bows, which were not very proficient against these foes. His sword would eventually chip and the arrows would just bounce off the hard upper shell. Even tipping the monsters around didn't help, as they were armored on both sides. Only jabbing the weak spots was an option, and other kinds of weapons were better for such actions. If I remember correctly, then a spear would be better for this type of monster, or perhaps something that can puncture the shell in one go. While inside of the Soul Forge, he had crafted weapons like spears and axes. The issue with swords lay in the surface area they covered while slashing. Upon striking a monster, the force would disperse along the entire blade's side. Thus, it would often chip when unable to cleanly slash through in one stroke. Swords proved effective against softer-bodied monsters like slugs, but faltered against armored opponents. Rusty, being a living armor, understood this well, as his body was highly resistant to slashing damage. To outright pierce through such an armor, he would need something like an axe that was heavy and had a smaller bladed area. Concentrating the force in a smaller region made it much easier to pierce through. Then there were blunt weapons like maces, whose greater weight could soften the outer shell and cause internal damage through blunt force. Rusty understood this, but he couldn't easily change his approach as he lacked proficiency in any of those weapons. Once I'm out of here, I should try absorbing more weapon-related skills. While the Demon King had told him not to get too many skills and focus on one thing, he thought otherwise. It appeared that there were far too many varied opponents in this world, and to defeat them all, it was better if he could exploit their weaknesses. With easy access to a myriad of weapons that he could customize, Rusty believed in versatility as a key to victory. I should get a polearm. There was one weapon type that he had heard of and wished to learn, the multipurpose polearm. This versatile weapon could encompass the functionalities of spears, axes, and even war hammers. The combinations seemed boundless, and Rusty couldn't wait to give it a try. However, first, he needed to deal with the beetle monsters and find his way out of this area. He could only absorb skills from humanoid monsters that he could fit his helmet over, and there were none of them here. 3 down, 1 left to go. I wonder if it will be stronger than the other ones. The creatures he was fighting now were at the apex of F rank, and it showed. Even he who was an E rank could see himself getting overwhelmed by too many of them. If a few rammed him against a wall, even his armored body would bend. Let's go, Gleam. Rusty and Gleam pressed forward with a sense of purpose, driven to grow stronger and embark on new adventures. They were aware that their final opponent, the leader of the beetle monsters, awaited them somewhere ahead, and they couldn't wait to face them in battle. The passages here were wider than usual, with fewer monsters occupying them. While these lesser foes posed little threat, the powerful adversary at the end could potentially surpass even Rusty's strength. However, fear was not what he felt, and instead, he was filled with excitement. Testing his abilities against something that could fight back was far more interesting than defeating weaker foes. With each step, Rusty and Gleam drew closer to their final confrontation. Along the way, they continued to face off against some of the beetle monsters. Just like before, they were slayed by his sword, which continued to deteriorate. However, with time a strange occurrence filled the cavern. The attacks just stopped, and it seemed that these insects had retreated. Are they running away? That's odd. Could they be planning something? You think they are just scared? Perhaps, but it would be better if we are careful. The other types never stopped coming. Gleam didn't seem perturbed by the way the insects were acting, but Rusty knew better. His small friend hadn't tasted defeat yet and hadn't been around for long either. It was understandable that she thought nothing could stop their advancement. Rusty, on the other hand, had already tasted defeat on many occasions. He knew it was better not to underestimate an opponent, and that, just like him, other creatures could potentially be capable of setting traps. Hold on, Gleam, something isn't right. Eventually, both of them arrived at a spacious tunnel leading into a large cavern. Strange noises emanated from within, which Rusty identified as potential opponents. While he lacked tracking skills, there were obvious tracks on the rocky ground, larger than those of regular beetles. It was probable that inside lurked the final boss of this underground area, and he wasn't alone. This could be troublesome. It would be better if I didn't have to face multiple ones at the same time. You want to help and lure them out, Gleam? Are you sure? It could be dangerous. Gleam bounced around as she was trying to show how much she had grown. Her level was already 9, and probably after this area was cleared it would reach the maximum. Rusty couldn't deny Gleam's enthusiasm, nor could he ignore her eagerness to aid him in battle. Despite his concerns for her safety, he knew that they needed to face this final challenge together. All right, Gleam, let's do this. Just be careful and don't take any unnecessary risks. Rusty glanced around, his metal head steaming as he formulated a strategy to keep his companion safe. Soon, he had devised a plan and quickly disclosed it to Gleam. Got it. Good, then go. With a confident chirp, Gleam scuttled ahead into the cavern, her tiny form disappearing into the darkness. Rusty didn't follow after, but instead stuck closely to the darkness where his form wouldn't be spotted. It was obvious that multiple insects were waiting inside the cavern, and if they saw him, the plan of luring them out would fail. Soon, he could see lights emanating from the cavern, and in no time, Gleam came running out with a large entourage behind her. Rusty remained hidden, and just as he expected, the monsters ignored his presence. He had learned that his living armor form was quite difficult to discover if he didn't move. It appeared to other creatures like any other inanimate object made from bronze, and only if something approached him or he moved did they realize that he was a living being. Taking advantage of this, Rusty waited until all the monsters ran past him before springing into action and darting into the cavern. There, just as he expected, he saw the beetle leader, who was more than twice the size of its kin. Classification: Lesser Giant Rhinoceros Beetle L3E. Type: Insectoid. There it was, the leader of the beetles. The lesser giant rhinoceros beetle loomed menacingly in the center of the cavern, its massive horn gleaming in the dim light. Its thick exoskeleton was marked with scars and scratches, evidence of countless battles it had won. Rusty looked at his foe's classification, and his metallic heart sank. It was a full E-rank monster, not one with a minus like him. The attribute advantage was fully on its side. However, it was too late to back off now. Gleam had successfully lured away the other insects. There was no telling how much time he had before they realized the trick and returned. Before that could happen, he needed to defeat this strong foe, and with the help of his tactics, he hoped to just do so. While his enemy was seemingly stronger, it had one flaw that he could exploit. "Here I am, what are you waiting for?" Rusty smacked his bronze shield with the side of his blade that he had not yet restored. The moment the sounds echoed within the cavern, the monster beetle let out a low, guttural growl, its massive mandibles clacking together menacingly. It charged forward with surprising speed for its size, its horn lowered to impale Rusty on its sharp tip. However, Rusty was prepared. As the beetle closed the distance between them, he sidestepped at the last moment and narrowly avoided the deadly charge. With the beetle momentarily off balance, Rusty seized the opportunity to strike. He lunged forward, his sword glinting in the dim light as he aimed for the joints in the beetle's exoskeleton. His strike was precise and calculated, and aimed at the same weak point he had identified during his battles. However, although his sword tip managed to connect with the exact spot he was aiming for, it was unable to pierce it. "It's hard." His blade, which he expected to at least pierce into the joint to draw blood, bent after sinking in no more than a centimeter. He had used all of his might, causing the blade to bend and eventually snap in half. Quickly, he retreated a few steps and activated his system window. There, he accessed his stash tab to swiftly switch in another sword that he had previously prepared for this occasion. This might be a battle of attrition. I wonder what will give in faster, my blades or your armor. Rusty brandished his new sword and the battle resumed. The monster wasn't too intelligent and had a simple attack pattern, yet its brute strength and durability made it a powerful opponent. Rusty danced around the cavern, dodging the beetle's relentless attacks and striking back whenever he saw an opening. It was a true battle of attrition as he continuously struck the same spot as before. As the battle raged on, his new blade began to show signs of wear and tear. The beetle's tough exoskeleton proved to be a tough barrier, and even with his skills and tactics, Rusty struggled to inflict any significant damage. However, he refused to give up. With each strike, he chipped away at the beetle's defenses, slowly but surely wearing it down. The cavern echoed with the clashing of metal against chitin as Rusty and the giant rhinoceros beetle engaged in their fierce duel. During the exchange, more blades were lost and chipped than he expected. However, just as he was contemplating a tactical retreat, the joint finally gave in. He was able to plunge quite a length of his blade into the monster's body, and finally, it was time to end this. "Elemental, discharge!" Rusty exclaimed his attack's name inside his mind as his blade turned into a haze of white light. Just as before, he aimed to inject his attack into the monster's body and make it explode from the inside. However, while the light spread, the monster didn't seem to be stopping. It turned its large head and smacked Rusty away with the help of its horn. His metallic body crashed into the cavern wall and dented upon impact. His helmet rattled and he could feel the vibrations flowing into his monster core, which was slightly damaged in the process. The beetle, now free from his attack, turned its attention back to him and charged forth once more. He was momentarily stunned by the crack produced on his monster core. This was not something he had prepared himself for, and it seemed that he would be impaled on the monster's horn. Fortunately, he was not alone as a blue bolt of energy appeared from the side and connected with the monster's side. Gleam, who had led away the other monsters, had returned from within the tunnel and climbed up the wall. From there, she released her most powerful spell, which left her a bit dizzy. While not inflicting much damage, it gave Rusty enough time to gather his strength. He dodged to the side as the monster plunged its head into the cave wall and became stuck. If light isn't enough, then how about darkness? His blade remained lodged inside of the monster's joint and he just needed to grab it again for another elemental discharge. Light was his usual choice as it had proven deadly against these creatures, but darkness was also in his repertoire. Without much thought, he activated his skill, mixing it with the residual light from the previous skill activation. Hey! The dark haze mixed with the residual light and a chaotic reaction took place. A massive elemental explosion erupted from within the beetle's body, engulfing it in a swirling vortex of energy. Rusty attempted to shield himself from the chaos, but his body was engulfed in the twilight that ensued. The entire cavern shook from the eruption of magical energies, causing even the ceiling to collapse. A bewildered ant skittered about while charging into a cloud of dust. A massive explosion just rocketed the entire place with her companion within. Amidst the debris and swirling dust, it was hard to see what had happened. However, after a moment of chaos, the dust settled, revealing nothing resembling bronze armor. Where a large beetle monster once stood, there was now nothing more than a gaping hole filled with debris. It seemed as if the two monsters that had clashed had been evaporated by the strange twilight that ensued. Degree! Panic struck Gleam as she searched through the rubble, desperately calling out for her companion. Rusty was nowhere to be found amidst the wreckage. She scuttled around frantically, her tiny form darting between rocks and debris, hoping to find any sign of him. As she searched, a strange feeling started to sink in of the possibility that her companion could have died. While their adventure had not been long, he was the only thing that she knew within this strange world and fear gripped her insect heart. But just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a faint glimmer caught her eye. Further away from the blast zone, among the rubble, she spotted a piece of metal sticking out. It resembled the bronze that Rusty was composed of, so she hurried over to investigate. There, partially buried beneath a pile of rocks, lay Rusty's battered and dented helmet. Gleam's heart skipped a beat as she carefully unearthed it, revealing the familiar bronze surface beneath. She poked the hamlet with her antennae while still panicking as she desperately tried to wake her companion. Oh! Gleam gently prodded the helmet, hoping for any signs of life from her bronze friend. Rusty was not a creature made of flesh and bone, but there were some indications that he was still alive. His monster core was still intact but cracked in a few places. Then, thanks to her mana sense, she was able to feel a faint amount of magical energy emanating from the helmet, not something a lifeless object would possess. After making this realization, she felt relieved and quickly began to carefully dig Rusty out from beneath the rubble. It was not an easy task for the small white ant, but with unwavering stubbornness, she started yanking the larger rocks to clear the way. Luckily, there wasn't much to dig through, and eventually, she was able to free his metallic head from under the rocks. However, this was not the end of their troubles as some trouble lurked close by. Surprised face. While the beetle Rusty had faced off against had been defeated, they had not cleared out the entirety of their foes. Many of the lesser monsters of the same type still remained and had finally decided to return to the main cavern where the explosion occurred. They instantly noticed the white ant and the metallic helmet with it. Instantly, they began to advance, menacingly clacking their mandibles. Gleam realized the danger instantly and quickly started lifting the bronze helmet. She needed to escape. With all her strength, she hoisted it onto her back and tried balancing it with her limbs. This was not an easy feat, but somehow she managed to balance it. Soon after, she scurried away as fast as her small limbs could carry her. The monsters could sense that their prey was escaping and gave chase. Their lumbering forms crashed through the rubble as they pursued Gleam and the helmet she was holding. Despite her size, Gleam was surprisingly nimble and darted between rocks and debris with surprising agility. She led the pursuing monsters on a frantic chase through the cavern while her monster heart pounded with conviction. She did not look back, but the clattering of mandibles and the thudding of heavy insect legs was right behind her. It urged her to run even faster, but things weren't looking good. As she raced through the darkness, the sounds continued to pick up. It was painfully obvious that the large beetles were starting to catch up. Normally, she was able to outrun them or just climb up to the ceiling to avoid their attacks. The problem was Rusty's helmet. It slowed her down tremendously, and it was clear that she wouldn't make it back to their lair at this pace. She started looking around for any potential areas she could escape to. Luck seemed to be on her side as Gleam spotted a small crevice in the cavern wall up ahead. Without hesitation, she darted towards it, hoping that it would provide a means of escape. The pursuing monsters were gaining on her, and this seemed like the only path to safety. However, just as she was about to sprint towards the narrow opening, a large beetle appeared from a different side passage to block her way. Degree. With no other options available, Gleam skidded to a halt, her antennae twitching nervously as she sized up the new threat. The massive beetle, larger than any she had encountered before, loomed menacingly in front of her, its sharp mandibles clicking together ominously. Gleam knew that she couldn't outrun this creature, nor could she hope to defeat it in direct combat. But she refused to give up. There was still some hope left, and she charged forward. Perhaps she would be unable to reach the crevice, but there were other tunnels nearby. If she could slip past them, her escape could continue until she found a safe spot to hide. Thus, Gleam dashed towards the massive beetle, hoping to evade its snapping mandibles. However, to her shock, the helmet she was trying to protect was struck and flew up into the air, right in the direction of the pursuing group of beetle monsters. Oh! She could do nothing but watch as her friend flew in the direction of another monster's mouth, which was opening. The trajectory was set, and there was nothing she could do about it. However, while in mid-air, something strange happened. There was a reaction within the helmet, and something emerged from it. Before the monster could devour it, a metallic hand shot out, delivering a smack to its face instead. The hit was enough to force the monster to retreat and the transforming helmet fell to the side. Gleam wasn't sure how, but her friend was restoring his metallic body and more of it began to emerge before her eyes. Things were happening too fast for her to comprehend, but she could sense a surge of magical energy emanating from Rusty. The bronze armor began to reshape and reform itself, pieces of metal knit themselves by some unseen force. The transformation was quick but not quick enough. The monster beetles weren't willing to wait for their enemy to restore himself and attempted to halt this process. She knew what needed to be done and quickly let forth a loud screech to get everyone's attention. The piercing screech echoed through the cavern, drawing the attention of both friend and foe alike. The beetles instantly disregarded the strange piece of armor that landed nearby and instead lunged at the white ant. As the monsters closed in on her, Gleam remained defiant. She danced and dodged around their attacks, her movements swift and graceful. Despite their size and strength, the beetles struggled to keep up with her agility. While she was capable of casting spells, they proved ineffective in a direct confrontation like this one. Her mind needed to stay focused on gathering mana, an impossible task during such a frantic battle. Gleam displayed a valiant effort to protect her companion, but she was nearing the end of her endurance. Running through the caverns had depleted most of her stamina. There was no way for her to continue dodging and weaving around these beetles indefinitely, and inevitably, they closed in on her. The largest one charged forward in a blind rage, its mandibles spread wide and aimed directly at her head. Things looked bleak for the small white ant that had run out of stamina points. Once depleted, she found herself unable to move. The large adversaries weren't stopping and she would surely get chomped by their sharp mandibles. But just as the monstrous beetle was about to deliver the final blow, someone appeared to intercept it. It was Rusty, his body now restored and grabbing onto the monster as it attempted to charge forward. There was something different about him, his body exuded a strange grey flash of light before his body seemingly sunk into the ground. Gleam was aware of her companion's fighting style and this was not something that he usually did. Despite appearing sturdy on the outside, he lacked mass within his hollow body. Ordinarily, the sheer bulk of these creatures would knock him back, yet somehow he resisted it. The sight before her was rather vivid. The monster had been halted by his sheer strength, and now the beetle was being lifted into the air. The beetle struggled against Rusty's grasp, its heavy form thrashing wildly as it attempted to break free. However, Rusty's grip was firm and Gleam could see the chitinous insect armor being dented by those metallic fingers. Then with a sudden flipping motion, the monster was hurled into the air and landed on its back. One of its companions rushed to aid the struggling beetle, charging just like before. Its mouth opened wide, but before it could close its mandibles, they were seized by the metallic armor. Just as before, the insect struggled, attempting to use its body weight to push forward, only to have its chompers ripped straight off. Blood gushed everywhere as the monster retreated, only to be met with a metallic fist to its face. There didn't seem to be a need for any finesse this time as Gleam watched Rusty tear through the beetles with sheer strength and violence. Even when they attempted to ram him into the walls, he remained in place, resembling some type of giant, immovable boulder. His newly created body ended up with dents and scratches, but this couldn't hinder him. Those metallic fists continued to connect with the monsters' heads, and some were even torn off. Surprised face, Gleam couldn't help being impressed by Rusty's display of power. Monsters that she couldn't handle by herself had been torn to shreds before her eyes. Within this admiration was also a hint of jealousy and longing. Just like Rusty, she wanted to get stronger, and by the look of things, that moment was coming closer as her level had reached 10. As the last of the monstrous beetles fell to the ground defeated, Rusty stood amidst the wreckage. His restored body had suffered some minor damage, but it didn't matter, it was all over now. He looked at the small companion ant that had saved him and could only feel gratitude. "Gleam, you saved me, thank you." Gleam responded with her usual happy dance, though slightly more sluggish than before. Rusty could tell that his little friend had been through a lot, and he noticed the damage to her body as well. Her white body was filled with scratches and covered in the blood of the other monsters. "Let us head back for now, we will take care of the rest after we have rested. How about you rest up for now?" While he didn't get tired, Gleam certainly did, and he knew that it was better for her to restore her lost health first. The boss beetle had been defeated, so there was no point rushing things. Thus, he leaned down to pick Gleam up and placed her on his metal shoulder. Just as she had carried him through here when he was only a helmet, he was now ready to return the favor. "Oh!" Shortly after picking her up, Rusty felt Gleam relaxing into sleep. It became clear that she was truly exhausted and had been holding it in before. While returning to their lair, Rusty attempted to recall what led to his body becoming destroyed. For some reason that he didn't fully grasp, his skill went berserk and blew him up along with the rhinoceros beetle. Only thanks to some quick thinking was he able to not die. Rusty noticed something strange happening with the light and dark elements. Before chaos ensued, he managed to take off his head and threw it into the distance. While his body was engulfed in the blast, his core and helmet miraculously survived. For a moment he had been knocked unconscious, probably due to his monster core suffering some damage. Not long after, he woke up on top of Gleam's back, who was running away from their enemies. From there, he accessed his inventory screen and quickly used up 6 bronze ingots to restore his body. 1 for each limb and 2 for his chest area were needed for a full recovery. Normally, he would have also summoned a sword to aid him against the large beetles, but a new skill had been granted to him that leveled the playing field. Weight control. Active skill. Grants the ability to control one's weight. Thanks to this skill, he was able to momentarily alleviate one of his biggest weaknesses, his lack of mass. Once he was just as heavy as the monster beetles, they were rather easy to dispatch. His stats surpassed theirs, and tearing out their body parts wasn't that difficult. The only real downside to the skill was that after an initial expenditure of almost half his mana pool, it continued to use up his MP. It seems that the best skills come at a price. He wasn't the only one who had achieved a new breakthrough. Gleam had also reached her highest level and gained a new skill. She had used it during the fight to get the attention of the beetle monsters, producing a loud, audible screech. Startling howl. Active skill. Emit a piercing sound that can startle and disorient targets. It was a nice addition to Gleam's arsenal as she didn't have many instantaneous skills but only spells. This skill didn't startle the monsters for long, but it gave him some time to reform himself. His head was now filled with ideas on how to incorporate their new skills into their combat strategies. However, his deliberation was interrupted as he remembered that Gleam was now level 10. Oh, I wonder if Gleam can turn into something even more powerful. His friend had just recently turned into an F-rank monster, but it was already time for her to evolve further. As Rusty pondered Gleam's potential evolution, he realized that they needed a safe place to rest and recuperate before any further developments could occur. With Gleam fast asleep on his shoulder, he continued to make his way back to their joint lair. The journey back was thankfully uneventful, as the corridors once filled with dangerous insects were now devoid of any life. He had successfully cleared out the area of all adversaries, and it was now time to move on. We are back, and it's all thanks to you, Gleam. Rusty and Gleam returned triumphant to their crystal cave lair, marking the culmination of their domination of the underground cave system and the defeat of the last major threat to Rusty's existence. The battle had been intense, with the beetle proving to be their strongest opponent yet. However, it ultimately succumbed to the combined might of the unique duo, Living Armor and Small Ant. As Gleam performed her happy dance, Rusty couldn't help but notice something amiss. Her enthusiasm seemed subdued, and it was obvious why. Gleam had pushed her small body to its limits, bearing visible scratches and wounds. Unlike Rusty, who could move through magic, Gleam was a flesh and blood being, susceptible to pain, exhaustion, and damage. While she could heal herself over time, it would take a while for her HP to fully regenerate. It was something alien to Rusty, who could live as just only a helmet. You don't have much HP to begin with. You think that if you get some sleep, you'll be fine? Does it work like that? He wasn't sure how other creatures regained their hit points, but Gleam assured him that she would be fine after some rest. Rusty nodded at her claims and saw her move to a patch of glowing moss within their lair. She circled around it a few times before curling up and drifting off to sleep, a phenomenon unfamiliar to Rusty. He was a being that required no rest himself, which left him with ample time for contemplation. While looking at his partner in crime, he took some time to check out her stats. After defeating so many monsters, her level was already at maximum again. Rusty felt slightly jealous that Gleam was progressing so much faster than him, but also knew that eventually, this pace would start to slow down. It seemed that along with each evolution, it became harder and harder to level up. Name: Gleam. Classification: Lesser Gleaming Mana Ant FL10. Type: Insectoid. Hit points HP: 7/17. Magic points MP: 17/27. Stamina points SP: 16/19. Strength: 13F. Agility: 20F. Dexterity: 10F. Constitution: 12F. Intelligence: 21F. Wisdom: 22F. Willpower: 17F. Durability: F. I wonder what she can evolve into now. I didn't have the time to look at the options. Lesser Magical Gleaming Ant. Insectoid. A direct evolution of the rare Lesser Gleaming Mana Ant. This monster further focuses on magical attacks while retaining a small body. Lesser Myrm Ant Queen. Insectoid. A lesser queen of the Myrm ant species, once fully grown, becomes immobile to produce their offspring. Lesser Horned Myrm Ant Soldier. Insectoid. A larger variant of the lesser Myrm Ant Soldier. Its body isn't much larger, but the horn it receives can be used as a mighty weapon. Lesser Silvery Magical Gleaming Ant. Insectoid. A unique evolution of the Lesser Gleaming Mana Ant. This monster further focuses on magical attacks while retaining a small body covered in shining silver metal. With more choices available than before, Rusty initially focused on the first option. However, his attention was soon drawn to the appearance of the fourth one. After recalling his knowledge from the Soul Forge, Rusty understood that silver was also a metal. While it was not superior to his bronze body, it was still probably more robust than an insectoid armor. For Gleam, it could potentially enhance her durability while retaining all the bonuses of the normal lesser magical Gleaming Ant variant and the spell casting abilities that came with it. This looks like the better option, but... Rusty looked at Gleam, who was sleeping tightly. He was probably able to just select the option right now and let her transform into the next evolutionary stage, but that didn't feel right. As a monster, he knew that evolutions were important and he wanted to make sure Gleam had a say in the matter. After all, it was her life and her body that would be undergoing the transformation. Gleam. Rusty gently called out to her from afar, the mechanics behind the thing called sleeping not really something he was familiar with. The ant didn't react, and even after a poke nothing seemed to change. Does the status say anything? After consulting the status screen, Rusty noticed something next to Gleam's name. It resembled the status effects he had seen on some of his enemies when they were poisoned. However, instead of displaying a poison status, it simply read hibernating sleep with an additional timer next to it. There were no timers on the enemy screens, but this could have been just due to his identification skill not being high enough. Perhaps due to the bonding contract, he could see all of Gleam's negative and positive status effects. This hibernating sleep seems different from regular sleep. Perhaps it's because she lost more than half of her HP. He wasn't sure, but it made some sense as he had never seen Gleam lose this much HP before. Probably once it was done, then all of her health and mana would be back to normal. This left him with some time on his hand before he could ask her for the next evolutionary option. She should be safe here. Should I get rid of the remaining beetles, or just wait here? The lair here was rather safe and he could see Gleam's status screen even from a great distance. It was quite safe, and since his arrival here none of the monsters dared to set foot in this place. The only potential threat were the humanoid adventurers, which didn't seem to have discovered this place yet. It should be fine. Her body is also really hard to spit with all these glowing crystals around. He made the decision to engage in some self-leveling while his partner was out, considering that it was impossible to gain any further experience while already max leveled. With Gleam expected to remain asleep for another 10 hours, Rusty took precautions to ensure her safety. He gathered several large boulders and strategically placed them around her sleeping spot, making it difficult for anyone to discover her slumber. Satisfied with the security of the area, he retrieved some bronze ingots he had previously made and was ready to finish the extermination. However, before leaving he stopped himself as there was one more thing he needed to do. This place is great for using skills. Rusty found himself in a cave filled with mana crystals, providing him with ample resources to test his skills. With these crystals nearby, he could easily crush them to regain his MP whenever needed. After utilizing the weight control skill once after his revival, he was eager to further train in its use. This skill addressed one of his biggest weaknesses of being a hollow armor and not having much mass. However, this skill had a notable downside as it consumed a large amount of MP. First came an easy test of how long he could sustain the use of this skill before his mana reached a critical point. It required a lump sum of 60 MP to activate the skill, followed by a continuous drain of 1 point every 2 seconds. This left him with a skill that he could utilize for approximately 2 minutes before needing to cease, as further use would risk causing him to pass out from mana depletion. Is there a way to increase my mana without an evolution, or will I have to rely on mana crystals? Thanks to his stash tab, he could produce mana crystals that would allow him to prolong the skill further, but in a battle of attrition, it would eventually run out. He would need to strategically use this skill only at crucial moments or to catch his enemies off guard. One challenge he faced was the inability to spread out its use during combat. Cancelling the skill would revert his weight back to normal, requiring another 60 MP to restart it. Therefore, it was more efficient to keep the skill activated, as it meant he would lose 2 minutes of it instantly. Is there perhaps another way to use this skill? What if I try to focus on just one part instead of my whole body? After a few uses, Rusty was quickly mastering his new skill. His experimentation with focusing the effect on a smaller area of his body proved successful. Upon activation, he could feel his right arm growing heavier. As the weight increased, maintaining balance and control over his movements became challenging. Eventually, he was even forced to the ground by the sheer weight, rendering this method of using the skill seemingly pointless. However, there was one silver lining: it did not consume the same amount of MP as before. I wonder, could I use it like this? Rusty performed one more test, swinging his sword forward. He activated the weight control skill just before his blade descended, and the added weight significantly increased the power behind the strike. However, it had one major downside: Rusty's body was pulled forward with the strike, especially when he only increased the weight of his sword arm. This was a factor he needed to carefully account for in combat situations. I bet if I activate Power Slash with it and maybe even Elemental Discharge, it could devastate even a well-armored foe. This special combination attack had its merits when fighting an opponent that couldn't move out of the way, or was rather sluggish. If timed correctly, it could probably devastate even the toughest of foes. However, it required precise timing and coordination, which might prove challenging in the heat of battle. Rusty made a mental note to practice this combination further to perfect its execution. After crushing another mana crystal to replenish his MP, Rusty continued with more tests. He experimented with different methods to increase his weight and discovered that if he focused the skill on his lower body, he wouldn't lose his balance as much. He could envision himself bracing for impact with just his legs, but he remained uncertain if his upper body wouldn't simply fly off into the distance during a genuine confrontation. I can also throw it, but... At the end of his trials, Rusty even increased the weight of one of his gauntlets and attempted to throw it at the wall. While the weight persisted on his body parts even when they were further away, propelling them forward proved to be a challenge. Despite having the limb control skill, using it to propel his fist forward didn't seem to be an option. Any attempts resulted in slow movement, followed by the limb flopping down onto the ground. Perhaps in the future, as the skill level grew, it might become an option, but for now, it served primarily to retrieve his limbs rather than to use them for attacking. After several hours of training, Rusty felt satisfied with his progress. It was now time to pay the other beetles a visit. While his primary objective was to defeat any survivors before Gleam woke up, he was also there on a scouting mission. With fewer monsters left to threaten him and his partner, it was time to seek out new challenges elsewhere. Rusty understood that to grow stronger, he needed a steady supply of monsters to fight. Without them, his journey toward greatness would be impossible. As Rusty made his way through the caverns, he encountered a few straggling beetle monsters that had managed to avoid the earlier confrontation. However, they were no match for his strength and skills. With calculated strikes he took care of them, and once his weight control ability was activated, their main advantage was not useless. After defeating the remaining beetles, Rusty took his time dissecting their bodies. He recalled the hero's instructions and still believed that perhaps in the future, these monster parts would prove useful. However, despite thoroughly searching the beetle lair upon his return, he regretfully couldn't find the monster core of his latest enemy. The crater he created was astonishing, leaving almost nothing of the rhinoceros beetle behind. However, a part of its longhorn remained embedded in the wall a bit further away, and Rusty quickly deposited it into his inventory. Despite encountering a few attacks on his way to the beetle lair, Rusty found that the remaining insectoids had gathered around the spot where their leader was defeated. Their numbers were considerably smaller compared to the ants and centipedes, allowing him to dispatch them quickly. However, even after vanquishing a sizable group of them, Rusty noticed that his experience bar didn't increase much. It became clear to him that fighting monsters of a lower rank was becoming increasingly pointless for his growth. Is it time to face that spider, or could there be another way to get through these tunnels? Rusty's tracking skills weren't the greatest, but he knew he just needed to retrace his steps to the previously ant-owned tunnels if he wished to reach the area with the shadowy spider. finding that area wasn't much of a problem now that no creatures remained. However, he wasn't sure if he would be able to use that route. While Gleam could climb walls, his metallic fingers tended to slide off flat surfaces. Rusty pondered the idea of adding sharp claws to his palms, which might make it a possibility. Perhaps if he could return to the Soul Forge, then modifying his body would be another step in becoming stronger. I wonder, if I can create weapons of various shapes and sizes, couldn't I just make some replaceable gauntlets? Rusty found himself pondering a thought that had recently popped into his bronze head. While he could potentially replace parts of his body that appeared in the forge for his evolution, was that truly the only option? What if he simply created replicas of his arms, legs, and torso and kept them in his armory? Perhaps he could then swap them out during times of need. This idea sparked a new avenue that he wished to explore later, but for now he needed to focus on other things. Well, I'll only know once I'm back there again. For now, I should go back. Gleam should be waking up soon. Upon reaching their crystal cave lair, Rusty waited for Gleam to stir from her hibernating sleep. Her movements were slow and groggy at first, but soon she was fully awake and her eyes regained focus. He could see that all of her HP, MP, and SP had been refilled. As soon as their eyes met, Rusty raised his hand, and his gesture was reciprocated by Gleam with a raised forelimb. Great, you are up, Gleam. You have a decision to make now. What do you wish to become? Rusty didn't beat around the bush for too long, as he was also quite interested in how his friend's new form would end up looking. Gleam listened as Rusty presented her with the options for her evolution, her antennae twitching in curiosity. After considering each option carefully, she made her decision. You're so shiny, Gleam, way more than me. Rusty was a bit jealous after witnessing the new form of his companion. With a flash of light, Gleam's transformation was complete. She emerged from the glow, her once pale white exoskeleton was now covered in shimmering silver metal. Her antennae sparkled with magical energy, and her eyes gleamed with newfound power. Gleam had decided to become a lesser silvery magical gleaming ant and had just undergone the transformation. It was a rather quick change that only took no longer than a minute. Her body seemed like it was made from metal now, but it was some type of biological armor that didn't constrain her movements. Rusty couldn't help but marvel at her shiny form that reflected the light from the crystals around them. Gleam danced around, her movements causing light to reflect off her new shiny exoskeleton. The gleaming light cast shimmering reflections across the walls of their crystal cave lair, producing a dazzling display that filled the space with an enchanting glow. Rusty watched with admiration as Gleam's radiant presence illuminated their surroundings, feeling slightly jealous of the sheen she could produce, but his body couldn't. "The silver suits you well," Rusty exclaimed while noting that his partner ant still had a somewhat white appearance, with a silvery undertone. Once there was no light, she wouldn't be this radiant. The other changes to her body weren't that extensive, she didn't really look different and her size didn't increase either. After it was all done, he was able to glance through her status screen that had been enhanced. Name: Gleam. Classification: Lesser Silvery Magical Gleaming Ant FL1. Type: Insectoid. Hit points HP: 30/30ths. Magic points MP: 60/60ths. Stamina points SP: 39/39ths. Strength: 24F. Agility: 42F. Dexterity: 27F. Constitution: 25F. Intelligence: 44F. Wisdom: 45F. Willpower: 39F. Durability: F. Rusty observed that Gleam had only evolved into a regular F-rank monster, while he had advanced to an F+ rank on his second evolution. However, Rusty recalled that he had been imbued with a strange force in the form of the Heroes and Demon King's energies, which resulted in his transformation into a Twilight variant. He wasn't entirely certain what this meant, but it seemed plausible that Gleam might need to evolve one more time than him to reach E rank. Gleam had acquired a few new skills, one of which concerned her new body. This skill not only increased her defenses but also seemed to enhance her mana. Rusty surmised that this explained why her MP was higher than his when he evolved into the corroded Twilight armor form. But it could also be because of the higher wisdom stat, which seemingly affected the MP count. Lesser Silverine Exoskeleton. Passive skill. Increases the body's defense and mana. Defense is dependent on durability. Mana Arrow. Spell. A simple spell that creates an arrow made up of mana. It is stronger than the Mana Bolt spell and has higher piercing power. That was about it for the upgrades, and now with more mana and an even better attacking spell which Gleam was excited to use. Rusty was of the same mind, testing out new abilities outside of battle was the key to victory, so he made a proposition. Gleam, how about you try your new spell and other spells, and see how your new form can handle the loss of MP. // Yeah, that's the spirit. How about you aim it at that sturdy wall there? With an excited nod, Gleam focused her magical energy, summoning forth a shimmering arrow of mana. The arrow took shape, crackling with magical power as it hovered in front of her. Rusty watched intently, curious to see the full extent of Gleam's newfound spell. Already from the onset, this spell seemed to be more sizable than the other. The Mana Bolt spell was more similar in size to a crossbow bolt but also lacked a fully condensed form. It wasn't fully straight and wavered slightly in the air. In contrast, the Mana Arrow shone with a steady brilliance, its form straight and true. With a flick of her antennae, Gleam launched the arrow toward the designated wall, and the difference in penetrative power was obvious. The Mana Arrow soared through the air, leaving behind a trail of sparkling energy as it raced toward its target. Upon impact, the arrow struck the wall with a resounding crack, embedding itself deeply into the stone. Rusty was impressed by the spell's power, and it was probably just as powerful as a power thrust attack from a spear. That was amazing, Gleam. Your new spell seems really potent. But, it does take a while longer to cast than that Mana Bolt spell. How about we do a few more tests first? Gleam seemed a bit surprised by the change in Rusty's demeanor but quickly agreed to some further tests. The ant, just like the metal armor, could recover their MP instantly from having a mana crystal crushed. Thus they could quickly figure out the advantages and disadvantages of the newly gained ability. Rusty and Gleam spent the next few hours experimenting with Gleam's new spells and came to a few conclusions. The casting time of the previous attacking spell, Mana Bolt, had decreased. While it had become more powerful and still utilized the same amount of MP as before, its cost was half that of the Mana Arrow spell. However, the damage output was also lowered to about half of the Mana Arrow spell. It appeared that the new spell was better suited for stronger foes and served as a finishing blow, while the old one could now serve as a more frequent ability, as she would no longer pass out after even using it several times. As they continued their experiments, Rusty noticed that Gleam's physical attacks had also improved slightly. Her new exoskeleton seemed to enhance her durability and also sharpen her mandibles to an extent. She couldn't match his bronze body that was true metal, but she was probably just as robust as monsters primed for defense. It was clear that Gleam was following the path of a spellcaster, a role typically associated with being a glass cannon, potent in offense but fragile in defense. However, with her new silver body, she could likely withstand a few powerful hits before sustaining serious injury. What's that? You want to test out your new spells on the remaining beetle monsters? Their testing session was concluded and Gleam brought up the remaining monsters. There was one problem with this issue: Rusty had already dispatched the stragglers while she was in her hibernation sleep. Well, about that. While you were sleeping, I kind of, Okay, I killed them all while you were asleep. Degree. I know, but you were sleeping, there was nothing really to do and there weren't that many of them left. What? Do you think I did it to level up faster? That's preposterous. Hey, stop looking at me like that, I was just bored, experience points had nothing to do with it. Rusty wasn't lying or telling the truth, as he had accounted for getting more experience points for slaying monsters. Once Gleam wasn't with him, he regained his old rates of gaining experience. Despite Rusty's attempt to justify his actions, Gleam couldn't help but give him a skeptical look. He tried to avoid her gaze, but it didn't seem that this issue could be fixed this easily. How about we ask the Demon King for some advice? Now that the other insectoid monsters are gone, we will need to leave this place. To get around this issue, Rusty decided to go with a strategic approach of changing the topic. With the help of his guide, he hoped to make his ant companion forget about his stealing all of the experience for himself. Thus, he quickly activated the skill to summon the fallen Demon King, who quickly appeared in the form of a pitch-black orb. Well, if it isn't my old friend Rusty and his little ant friend, you got rid of me quite quickly last time, will you let me finish my sentence this time around? The Demon King appeared in a seemingly grumpy mood. He seemed to be still mad about the treatment he received the last time he was summoned. However, before Rusty could respond, Gleam was the one to interrupt, quite interested in the appearance of the talking black sphere. Degree. Oh, that's strange, I can understand what this little one is saying. It must be the bonding contract, it seems to even affect me. The Demon King paused for a moment, but he seemed saddened for some reason. Luckily, Gleam had another being to interact with, and his plan of changing the subject had been successful. This confirms it, I'm nothing more than part of this armor, tied to its soul if even the bonding contract affects me in this way. This complicates things. The demon was not hiding the fact that he wasn't too fond of this situation. Previously he had already tried to escape, and it didn't look like he had given up on that idea just yet. This didn't change the fact that Rusty was still in control, and his demonic guide needed to answer all of his questions. Demon King, we've managed to clear out the remaining insectoid monsters from this area, and now we're faced with a decision. Should we continue exploring the cave system or look for a way out? And where would such a way be? I don't think I'll be able to climb the chasm I fell into, and there are those strange spider creatures there too. The black orb did something akin to a grumble before replying. I'm not much of a Demon King anymore, we have known each other long enough, just call me a burden. But Master, a burden is also fine. Oh? That's fine with me, a burden then. Rusty preferred calling people by their names, as long titles just made things unnecessarily complicated. The Demon King pondered for a moment before responding, his dark energy swirling within his orb-like body. It depends on what you seek, Rusty. It seems that you wish to gain more power by slaying other creatures, quite the monsterly aspirations you have there. Nevertheless, if you want some advice, then be wary of the dungeon you came from. I should be wary of it? Well, those adventurers were strong, but now I'm stronger, and I also have Gleam with me. I don't mean the adventurers, dear Rusty, they would be the least of your worries. Oh, how so? Rusty was a bit confused by the response. When he was in the dungeon, things were relatively safe. Even when he died several times, he was just restored by the dungeon heart that resided there. It was also probably the source of the voices that were ordering him what to do, and the biggest downside would be if he became stuck there again. I probably wouldn't want to be limited to the first 2 floors either, but shouldn't I be able to go further down? He was an E-rank monster and was previously limited to the first and second floor. It wouldn't be strange if he could venture even further than last time, and perhaps finally be able to use his skill absorption ability, which had been dormant for a while now. Oh, I don't think you would be limited by any of those anymore. I'm not sure if the dungeon heart would even be able to affect you after evolving. But isn't that good? Depends on what you consider good. How do you think the dungeon will react to something it can no longer control? Oh. While Rusty wasn't even a year old, he was smart enough to put things together. A burden insinuated that this dungeon heart that had created him, would see him as a threat, perhaps even like another adventurer. But that means that I'd have to fight both those adventurers and the monsters there. That's a possibility, but I'm not sure. you're quite the anomaly, so perhaps the dungeon will still see you as an ally as you have been born there. You'll just have to go and see. Aberdan's words left Rusty with a sense of unease. The idea that the dungeon, which had been his home and source of security, might now see him as a threat was troubling. But on the other hand, he started looking at this situation from a different angle. If there are more enemies, won't I just be able to level up faster? I guess so, but... oh. And the monsters inside of the dungeon come back to life after they are defeated, doesn't that mean that it's an infinite leveling resource? Degree. That's right, Gleam, we could level up forever and not worry about running out of enemies. Gleam seemed to be on board with the unlimited leveling resource that a dungeon could provide and insisted that they get there as soon as they could. The Demon King started chuckling as if he wasn't sure what to do with these two power-hungry monsters before him. You two remind me of the demons I once commanded. Only the ones that showed some restraint managed to survive, so heed my warning. If your connection to the dungeon core has indeed been severed, you will no longer be able to be revived. Once you are defeated, you probably won't come back. Rusty has somewhat figured that this was already the case, but it was better if this demon lord confirmed this information. The power of continuous revival sounded great, but it wasn't too great if his level was reset either. I can't have you vanishing just yet, Rusty. You do know that there is a vast world outside this pit you spawned in, right? A vast world. Rusty couldn't hide the fact that he was interested in seeing it. The fragmented memories that he acquired from both Aberdan and the hero offered him a couple of images. He wanted to eventually leave this place and witness the world outside with his own visor. Gleam was of the same mind as she danced around the moment the outside world had been mentioned. Good, now you could try exploring more of these tunnels. You might not find a way out, but even if you don't, there's a way you could scale that chasm you came from. There is? But how? I'm not good at climbing, I'll probably just slide off and fall down. Rusty had thought about scaling that chasm, but he just didn't see himself doing anything besides falling down. Of course, you should never underestimate the wisdom of this Demon King Aberdan. I'll even tell you how if you do something for me. Or you could just tell me. Ugh. The ball of black started convulsing as if he was trying to resist the order. Damn, fine. Have it your way. Aberdan was unable to refuse the call and had to give in. With indignation he floated between the living suit of armor and the silvery ant before speaking. The key is your little friend here and that strange metallic body of yours. It's a lot simpler than you might think. Is there really no other way? You promise not to drop me? I'm not really talking about that, Gleam. A somewhat frustrated living armor gave out a sigh in a very human way before turning towards a white ball of light. Since receiving advice from the Demon King, some time had passed, and both Rusty and Gleam had been occupied. The plan for escaping this place was deemed somewhat dangerous and wasteful, prompting Rusty to explore the area in search of alternative options thoroughly. Ultimately, he even reached out to the hero, hoping to hear an opposing viewpoint. I'm not sure, depends if you are in a rush. Well, there aren't any monsters left here, it does feel like a waste of time to remain. Right, Gleam? Yeah, it has gotten boring with no one to fight, you're right. The two turned to the white ball of light, seeking advice on this predicament. It was evident they were eager to depart from this place. While Aberdan's idea wasn't without merit, it entailed abandoning his lair and the resources they had painstakingly gathered. There remained a substantial amount of monocrystals, copper ores, and various other valuable resources that would need to be left behind. For Rusty, who had invested considerable effort to reach this point, this was a sobering reality to confront. I guess we could wait a bit more, but how long do you think that could take? Rusty turned to the orb of light for some guidance and the hero responded quickly. I'm not sure, but there are two possibilities. Either those insectoid monsters gathered here when they were much smaller, like the ants you faced that were G rank. Would that change anything? Yes, they would be much smaller and able to travel through smaller tunnels. This is only a theory, but they could have fled from something like the spider monster you encountered and crawled through one of those openings in the walls you found. That's a possibility. Rusty arrived here after falling into a large chasm and then had to run away from a strange creature there. He managed to land on a small ledge and then crawled inside of one of the tunnels created by the ants. Together with Gleam they had retraced his steps and arrived at that area, but it wasn't the only one, there were several other ways and that all led out into that great big hole. What's the second possibility? The second one could be a now collapsed tunnel. I think you've seen a few of them while you were trying to find a way out already. Oh, those, yes, some of them looked unstable. After receiving the idea from the Demon King, Rusty embarked on a search for an alternative escape route. He dedicated several days to exploring the tunnels and meticulously mapping out the area. With Gleam's assistance, they also unearthed pockets of tin and copper, which they mined diligently. However, their efforts failed to uncover any viable escape routes that Rusty could fit through. If the second theory held true, it suggested that the monsters had traversed a larger tunnel that later collapsed, leaving them trapped in this area. The only apparent exit appeared to be the chasm infested with spiders. While the ants might have been capable of climbing back out, the shadowy arachnids would have swiftly dispatched them. If this were true, then there is a possibility that you could eventually mine yourself out of here, and it's probably the safer way out of here. But, even when your body doesn't tire, you might have to mine for weeks, maybe months, or longer. Months sound long. To someone who hadn't even existed for a year, the prospect of mining for a month seemed daunting. Adding to the challenge was the issue of direction, with multiple seemingly collapsed tunnels complicating matters even further. They had no clue where to even begin, and without knowing the correct path, this endeavor could be futile. Even Gleam's scouting through the smaller ant tunnels yielded no results, making this option less promising. Yeah, it does sound long, and we don't even know which way to start mining. You want to go with a Burden's suggestion? But it could get dangerous. Without my body I won't be able to help you with those spiders. I'm glad that you are confident in your abilities, but let me think it through. Rusty began contemplating, as in the end, it was up to him to make the decision. He was given two options, one that seemed faster yet more dangerous and the second one that could take forever. There wasn't a need for that much contemplation, as he knew that one choice seemed more promising for various reasons. I have decided. That was quick. I suppose you don't need me anymore, but before I leave, could you tell me your choice? We will follow a Burden's plan. Ha! The Hero of Light gave out a sigh as if he was disappointed with the answer and then quickly posed a question. Is there something wrong with that choice? I'm not sure, why did you decide on it? Rusty looked up at one of the glowing crystals and tried to think. While mining was safer, it would also be extremely boring. With no monsters around, there was no one to fight or to train their skills. It wouldn't be that exciting or fun. I think. Is that a good reason? He wasn't sure if there was a good enough reason to put himself and Gleam in danger, but for some reason, the faster route sounded more appealing to him. Even the ant started dancing around, taking his side. I see, it's more exciting, I guess that's a good enough reason. Is something wrong? You sound weird. Ever since he called the hero here previously, he has been acting a bit strangely. When they were in the Soul Forge, he was way more eager to teach him the basics of smithing, but now he sounded sad and without energy. The Demon King, on the other hand, always talked with a lot more energy, as if he had some underlying goal which the hero lacked. Weird? Well, this whole situation is bizarre. I suppose you reminded me of the past. There was someone I knew who also rushed into things, never caring what the future might bring. Oh, there was? They sound like a fun person to be around. The hero chuckled softly, and if he had a face then a wistful smile would be crossing it. I'm not sure about that, they were quite reckless and an idiot. But, anyway. I think this is fine, right? You should probably conserve your mana for your great plan. With a nod, Rusty acknowledged the hero's words. Despite the strange shift in the hero's demeanor, he felt confident in their decision. Gleam, too, seemed eager to proceed with their chosen path. Their resolve was firm and they were almost ready to venture into the depths of the chasm. However, there were some things to prepare before their departure and there was one last issue he needed to discuss with the hero. Wait, before you go, hero, how about you tell me your name? My name? Yes, you're the only one without one, I have one, Gleam has one, and we even know that a burden is a burden. You're the only one left without a real name. The hero fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. When he spoke again, his voice carried a tinge of nostalgia. My name. Do you wish to know the first one or the second one? First and second? Someone can have two names. Well, not really. Just forget that I said anything, I guess here they called me Alexander. With the hero's revelation of his name, Rusty felt that for some reason their connection was deepened. Alexander. It's a great name. Rusty felt a mix of emotions. He was somewhat pleased, yet also a tad envious of the impressive names those around him possessed. The Demon King's name exuded strength and power, while the hero's name evoked bravery and heroism. And then there was him, named after the mundane phenomenon of rusting. I suppose it wasn't bad. Take care of yourself, Rusty, and try doing what I've mentioned before, it might save you some of those precious resources you seem to love. With those last words, the orb of light vanished and left the ant and the living armor glistening in the crystal light. Now that the choice is made, we should start preparing. I refuse to waste all of these resources. No, I'm not going to leave them. Instead, I'll use them all up, not like we'll be coming back here, at least not for a while. There was a strange hint of sadness when he thought about leaving this place. This was the area where he found Gleam and reached E rank. However, his adventure needed to continue, and going up and back towards the dungeon was the fastest choice. He regretted leaving behind the ores he had mined and the ingots he had processed, but both his stash tab and warehouse had reached their limits. This left him with only one choice, and that was to use up as much bronze as he possibly could. I'll just reproduce all the weapons and make multiple copies until it's all gone. I can stick a lot more into the warehouse. Eyes closed face, Gleam wasn't as thrilled as her bronze companion. This departure left her with little to occupy herself except watching him consume his SP. It was a lengthy process as waiting for it to recharge his SP was a must. Eventually, a large arsenal had been crafted and stored in his system for future use. Some raw ores remained, but at least half of his stash had now been depleted. With their preparations complete, Rusty stood before the entrance he squeezed himself in. On the other side awaited a small ledge, upon which Gleam would carry him to a new location. He patiently awaited her return from a scouting trip, occupying himself by scrutinizing his inventory screen. There, he readied himself for a unique maneuver that the hero had mentioned. Welcome back, Gleam. The cost is clear, you say. At first, Rusty harbored doubts about the plan because he deemed himself too large for Gleam to carry. At her current size, he would be able to fit her into his chest cavity. Yet, his uniqueness helped in this scenario. He was a living armor and his monster core was situated inside of his helmet. A burden's strategy was straightforward: affix Rusty's helmet onto Gleam's back and have her transport him like a backpack up the chasm. The plan was relatively straightforward as Rusty could utilize bronze ingots to restore himself, provided he had 6 on hand. However, the main reason he hesitated to execute this plan was the necessity to expend a whole 6 of them. Fortunately, the hero proposed an alternative, which he was eager to test out now. First, the harness. How does it feel? It's a little itchy, but it's fine? Good. Fortunately, the backpack he fashioned within the Soul Forge came equipped with some straps that he could adapt for this purpose. Interestingly, it wasn't always necessary to gather the exact resources for recreating items. For instance, monster tendons or fur could serve as substitutes for bow strings. Thanks to this, Rusty managed to affix his helmet to Gleam's back, which would allow her to focus on climbing. Oh! Don't worry, Gleam, we aren't going to leave my body behind, look at this. To minimize resource wastage, Rusty had cleared out his stash tab, which now held no weapons. The hero proposed a clever idea. Since Rusty's body was essentially perceived as armor, he could wool his body parts into the stash tab, leaving only his helmet behind, which he couldn't move. This advantage hadn't occurred to him before, and he was grateful for the suggestion. Degree. Everything's fine, Gleam. I'm just stowing away my body parts. From the outside, it looked rather peculiar as his limbs began to vanish. Initially bathed in a grayish light, they gradually disappeared. Once all his parts were tucked into the stash tab, his body vanished as if it had never existed in the first place. The only thing that remained was his helmet, which was secured to Gleam's back. Gleam chirped excitedly, her antennae twitching with anticipation as she prepared to embark on their next adventure. All right, Gleam, let's do this. Up we go. After squeezing through the opening, they arrived at the ledge he descended to. That time he had been fleeing from a mysterious, shadowy spider, something Gleam would do well to avoid. Finally, Gleam began her ascent, her insectoid legs gripping the rocky surface of the chasm with ease. You are doing great, Gleam. Keep it up. The climb was rather smooth as Gleam skittered up the steep wall. Despite the absence of light, her ant-like senses enabled her to navigate skillfully in the darkness. Everything seemed to be going fine, and he even felt a gentle breeze against his helmet. The shadowy spiders remained hidden, and his guides had assured him that as long as they avoided touching their webs, they would not appear. However, the gentle breeze that was hitting his helmet began to intensify. It switched from a soft caress to a forceful gust, threatening to knock Gleam off balance. Her movements became more erratic and her antennae twitched with confusion. Oh! What's wrong, Gleam? Is everything okay? Do you need to take a break? Rusty couldn't really see what was happening as he was just a helmet strapped to a silvery ant. Although he couldn't see much, he sensed the increasing strength of the winds and noticed his small companion beginning to slow down. Gleam, being only an F-rank monster primarily suited for spell casting, lacked the stamina typical of other creatures as her focus leaned towards mana instead. If you're getting tired, then look for a ledge, let's follow the instructions. There was nothing to worry about as they had come prepared. A burden had cautioned that if the climb proved too tedious, Gleam might exhaust her stamina. In such a situation, they were instructed to seek out a ledge where she could rest. Fortunately, luck favored them, and a small cavern appeared not far ahead and would provide a welcome respite from the strong winds. Gleam hastened towards it, her movements becoming increasingly sluggish with fatigue, but she persisted through the discomfort. You did great, how about we rest a bit, or perhaps could this be enough? I might be able to bring out my body here, Gleam, could you make some light? For some reason, even his gaze couldn't pierce through the darkness here, so some magic was needed. Gleam didn't hesitate as burning mana didn't affect her stamina recovery. Soon a tiny light appeared, and that was when the two realized that they had probably made a mistake. Instead of an empty cavern, they were greeted by many sets of multiple eyes, which were now directly staring at them. Numerous eyes shone eerily in the dimly lit cavern, reflecting a faint magical light. All these multifaceted orbs were fixed on the solitary ant casting a spell within. The helmet strapped to its back faced the unsettling sight of shadowy spiders. Though smaller than the one Rusty had encountered before, they still dwarfed his companion in size. Gleam, I think you should start running now. Degree. Gleam's antennae quivered with apprehension as she processed Rusty's words. Despite her, she understood the gravity of the situation and the impossibility of surviving a battle with all of these arachnids. Without wasting another moment, she turned on her 6 legs and scurried back towards the entrance of the cavern, her small form casting long shadows against the rocky walls. The spiders, with their multiple eyes fixated on Gleam, began to skitter in pursuit, their long legs carrying them swiftly across the cavern floor. Their movements were eerily synchronized, as if they were acting on a shared consciousness. Gleam, keep going. Don't stop. Oh. Rusty felt terrible as he could do nothing more than watch the scene play itself out. He was just a helmet now and unable to do much to help Gleam. The horde of spiders gave chase and even continued to follow after her when she sprinted up the wall. The shadowy monsters had picked up her scent now, and even with no light source there, they continued to chase. The ants' chirps were filled with fear as she pushed her tiny body to its limits, her legs propelling her forward as fast as they could. Rusty could see her exhaustion through their connection. Her stamina bar was depleting rapidly with each step she took, and it was probably just a matter of time before one of those spiders got to them. I guess we'll have to use it now, Gleam. Slow down. Oh. Don't worry, it will work, trust me. Having encountered one of these arachnid monsters before, Rusty knew that despite their frightening appearance, they had a weakness that could be exploited. Though he was just a helmet, he could still utilize some of his skills. As he instructed, Gleam began to slow down. Seeing an opportunity, the shadowy monster spiders quickly lunged at the silvery ant, their large fangs gnashing and ready to administer their venom. However, just before they could make contact with Gleam's body, the entire area suddenly lit up, the light emanating from Rusty's helmet. The skill Rusty employed was the basic elemental charge, which empowered his blade with either light or darkness. Through repeated use, the skill had leveled up to level 5. Over time, Rusty discovered that he could extend this ability beyond just his weapons to charge his own body parts as well. His helmet was one such part, and as it radiated with bright light, the spiders recoiled in agony. The sudden burst of light caught the shadowy spiders off guard, causing them to scuttle back into the darkness with shrill hisses of pain. Gleam took advantage of the situation to recover some stamina. While she was aware of Rusty's ability, witnessing the spiders so closely was still nerve-wracking. With the sudden illumination, the entire chasm became brightly lit and revealed quite the predicament. The area was teeming with these shadowy spiders, and now all of them were alerted to their presence. Rusty had not expected there to be so many of them. Only now, after the light was shining, did they notice the swarm they were against. Their webs were everywhere, and every cavern just reflected the faint glint of shadowy threads. It was clear that attempting to fight was futile and climbing up was their only escape. That's why I didn't want to use it this soon. We need to move, Gleam. This skill won't last forever, and now they all saw us. That's the spirit. Shaking off her nervousness, Gleam pushed forward, resuming her ascent at full speed. Rusty understood that he could frighten off the spiders with his skill, but activating it would likely draw the attention of all the shadowy arachnids in the vicinity. He had hoped to avoid such a scenario by stealthily navigating and minimizing light using Gleam's spells, but their plan had failed. It was clear that using even faint light was a mistake. The two monsters were still young, and this was a learning experience they would not forget, but first, they needed to get out of here in one piece. As they continued their ascent, Rusty kept a close eye on the surroundings, ready to activate his skill again at a moment's notice if the spiders attempted another ambush. Gleam, meanwhile, focused on maintaining her pace, conserving her stamina as much as possible for the climb ahead. Once the light died down, Rusty could hear the skittering of legs and the occasional hiss echoing through the chasm. The monsters were now in pursuit, and to make things worse, the sounds were seemingly coming from all directions. Gleam, watch out, there are some coming in from up ahead. Rusty informed his friend about the danger just in time as a spider attempted to ambush them from above. Gleam reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and continuing her climb without hesitation. The monster that lunged itself at her, collided with some of the other spiders that were pursuing them, and the hissing increased. As they ascended higher, the terrain became increasingly treacherous, with narrow ledges and jagged rocks posing additional challenges but also giving them an opportunity. Gleam, do you see that sharp ledge? Use your Mana Bolt spell on it, I know you can do it. While she was tired from running, Mana didn't cost any stamina. Her antennae, used for casting, could act independently from her legs. Before long, a pale ball of mana formed above Gleam's head and was flung at one of the jagged edges in the distance. Upon impact, the rocks shattered and started falling down. Gleam quickly dodged to the side and let the spiders be showered by the rubble. This maneuver momentarily slowed down their enemies, but there were just far too many of them around. Not long after, more of them were upon them, which forced Rusty to activate his skill once again. The sudden burst of brightness caused the spiders to falter, their sensitive eyes were unable to withstand the intensity of the light. All of them scattered out of the way and the duo of living armor and ant had a moment to rest. "We can do it, Gleam, we'll just continue at this pace." Gleam agreed, and their escape pressed onward. Yet, the duo underestimated the depth of the chasm they were traversing. Despite several more minutes passing, they remained far from the summit, with no end in sight. Rusty relied on his skill, but his mana was dwindling rapidly. He neared his final burst of energy before facing the prospect of slipping into a dormant state, just like in the past, which would render him immobile for hours. As the spiders continued their relentless pursuit, the situation grew increasingly dire. The escalating winds proved to be a larger obstacle than anticipated as they relentlessly pushed against Rusty's helmet and caused Gleam to slow down with each gust. Unlike their pursuers, who effortlessly navigated the terrain, Rusty and Gleam found themselves at a disadvantage. With the relentless pace of the arachnids closing in, it appeared only a matter of time before they were caught. They needed to come up with a solution and do it now. Rusty racked his brain for a solution, but with his mana reserves nearly depleted, options were limited. To his surprise, before he could come up with a plan, Gleam spoke up first. "You want me to use my skill after they get closer, even if I enter a dormant state?" // This was a strange proposition. Without his body he could not crush any mana stones, and if he tried to reform himself to fight, he would just fall down the chasm along with Gleam. The two would probably end up on one of the spider webs they were avoiding, and would die, so he needed to remain in his helmeted form. "Are you sure? I won't be able to do it anymore, and I won't be conscious for a while." "No, I do trust you, but, are you sure?" Rusty placed his trust in his partner, already knowing she had proven herself capable in the past, such as when she rescued him from the beetle monsters. He believed in her judgment and hoped she had a plan in mind. Perhaps there was a solution above them that he couldn't see, and his final burst of light might be the key to ensuring their survival. "Fine, I'll do it after they close in, it won't last for long, so use it well." With no option but to move up, Rusty and Gleam continued their ascent, knowing that jumping across the chasm was impossible due to the presence of numerous spider webs. As the spiders closed in on them, Rusty unleashed another blast of radiance from his helmet, pushing the creatures back temporarily. Seizing the opportunity, Gleam recovered some of her stamina. Mana reserves are critically low. Despite receiving the system message warning him of imminent mana depletion, Rusty paid it no heed. Continuing his skill was important, as he placed his trust in Gleam's judgment. He could feel her move, of course, a bit, skittering sideways on the wall somewhere, and his vision was becoming blurry. "Gleam, what are you doing? What do you mean take care? What are you doing?" Something felt off as the ant began to behave strangely. Rusty sensed that his skill was being wasted as they entered a small cavern occupied by only one arachnid. Suddenly, he felt as if the harness holding him together was severed, and he heard rustling and skittering before everything went black, and he lost consciousness. As he drifted into unconsciousness, Rusty experienced a strange sensation of weightlessness, as if he were floating through space. Images flashed through his mind, focusing on the little white egg he had discovered in the ant lair. Then, gradually, he began to regain his senses. He felt solid ground beneath his helmeted form as well as something covering up from the top. "Gleam!" He called out, but no one answered. His companion was not there and for some reason had left him buried under some rocks. Rusty didn't wait but brought up his system screen. There he accessed his stash tab where his whole body had been tucked away to be equipped later. Without his hands it was a slow process, but after he equipped his torso, his helmet rose up from the shallow rock pile he was covered under. In the darkness, danger lurked nearby. Rusty was not alone. Fortunately, his adversary seemed momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of a metallic torso and delayed engaging him in battle. Taking advantage of this brief break, Rusty managed to reattach one of his arms, which then allowed him to assemble the rest of his body a lot faster. His adversary resembled the spider that inhabited the cave where he lost consciousness. However, it was notably smaller than the one that had almost eaten him alive when he fell into the chasm. With some time to assess the situation, Rusty determined that this foe was within his capabilities to handle alone. Classification: Lesser Giant Shade Spider E. Type: Arachnoid. With his body fully assembled, Rusty wielded his long sword and shield, intercepting the monster's charge just in time. The spider recoiled upon impact as its fangs collided with the hardened bronze of Rusty's shield. Despite being smaller than some of its counterparts, it proved to be a formidable opponent, matching Rusty in rank. Despite knowing he couldn't afford to underestimate the creature before him, Rusty's thoughts were consumed by concern for Gleam. He realized the sacrifice she had made, likely using herself as a decoy to divert most of the monster spiders away. Hours could have passed, and the thought of her potential demise filled him with restlessness and anger, emotions he hadn't been aware he could feel. This newly acquired rage fueled his movements, making them erratic and filled with animosity. As the battle intensified, Rusty endured numerous scratches and gashes to his armor, yet his opponent fared far worse. 2 of its 8 legs were already missing, and the venom from its fangs proved meaningless against a living armor. Eventually, Rusty's long sword found its mark, thrusting into the creature's mouth and ending its life. Normally, he would be ecstatic to hear that he had earned a large amount of experience, but his mind was elsewhere, consumed by worry for Gleam. Where could she be? Is she still alive? He was met with silence as no one answered his inquiry. With the lesser shade spider vanquished, he found himself alone in the cavern, the only sound being the faint echo of his metallic footsteps. After a moment of pause, he started looking around, but discovered nothing that could lead him to his companion, and the cavern he was in was also a dead end. With nothing more than bones and remains of some eaten prey. Rusty took some time to examine this area and discovered that one of the bodies hadn't fully decomposed yet. Wrapped in a cocoon of darkened webs, it resembled a mummy. After recognizing the attire as that of an adventurer, Rusty's attention was drawn to a strange card protruding from the wrappings. After a brief inspection, he decided to take it along with a pouch containing round metal objects and placed it into his inventory. He searched through the remains, dreading the thought that Gleam could be within the remains, but he could not discover any ant parts, only humanoid bones. Good, she isn't here. I need to find Gleam. Her status screen is grayed out, but what does this mean? Rusty considered reaching out to one of his guides, but he couldn't afford to waste precious mana at this critical time. After glancing at Gleam's status screen, he noticed it was grayed out and seemingly frozen in limbo. Normally, it would provide immediate updates on her status, but it remained stuck at a moment when her health was halfway depleted. Before he lost consciousness, she was at full health, which meant that she must have sustained some damage while he was incapacitated. With no other leads to follow, Rusty decided to head back towards the ledge they had come from. As he peered into the darkness, he noticed something unusual: lights in the distance. Surprised, he realized that this area was much closer to the top than he had initially thought. Far away, he spotted a familiar bridge that he had previously fallen from. It seemed that not all was lost and that perhaps his friend had made it out alive. Did she see it? He wondered if Gleam had realized that if his head remained on her back, then none of them would have made it out alive. While he could see some lights in the distance, it was still quite far away. Without him weighing her down, there was a possibility that she made it out alive. Don't worry, I'll find you. Rusty felt a surge of determination enter his body. The rage he felt was slowly subsiding as he was given another goal. While he was uncertain of how much time had passed during his slumber, he vowed not to rest until he located Gleam and brought her back to his side, no matter the cost. "Are you sure this is safe? What if something jumps out and eats us? That's why we have hired adventurers, so stop worrying about nothing." "But..." "No buts. Let's just focus on the task at hand and you'll be back in your stuffy room in no time." "I hope you are right, Alana, I just don't like dark places." Two people were talking while being accompanied by a group of adventurers. One burly warrior in chainmail was behind them, clearly keeping watch to prevent any monsters from attacking them from the rear. Two similarly dressed men flanked them on each side, while a better armored gentleman led the group from the front. Only one person in the group looked different, wearing leather armor with a bow slung across their chest. They were also up front, seemingly keeping watch of any movement, ready to inform his party of any incoming danger. "Of course, I'm right, Eugene, aren't I?" The person talking seemed to be a young woman in her late teens. Next to her was a man of similar age and thin stature. Both looked more like scholarly types and their clothes resembled something more fitting for a library than monster-infested dungeons. Despite the obvious unease in the young man's voice, his companion carried an air of confidence, though perhaps misplaced given their surroundings. "Young miss, it would be better if you remained silent, the monsters in the dungeon react to sounds." The young woman turned to one of the adventurers surrounding her for confirmation of her claim but was met with a rebuttal. The man seemed annoyed for some reason but didn't want to voice his opinions more negatively. "See, I told you to be quiet, that's why we were attacked so many times already." "Ha, that's why Master hired these adventurers for us, don't worry, they will protect us from these monsters." "Stop being scared, they are only F ranks, are you even a man? What is that supposed to mean?" The young man glared at the young woman, but his momentary bravery was interrupted by a strange clacking of bones resounding from the side. A skeletal monster emerged from the shadows and started running toward the group. Eugene, frightened, instantly ducked behind the woman named Alana. The skeletal monster charged forward with unnerving speed, its bony limbs clattering against the rocky ground. However, the adventurers didn't seem perturbed by its appearance, even less as it targeted the heavily armored man at the front. The monster raised its corroded weapon and brought it down swiftly, only for it to bounce off the man's armor. In a matter of moments, the creature's body crumbled from a direct hit by the man's large two-handed blade, and its remains were now scattered on the ground. "Looking for something back there?" Alana turned to Eugene, who was hiding behind her like a scared rabbit. Her tone was teasing, and the young man quickly straightened himself out after realizing what he had done. His face went red from embarrassment as he stammered out an excuse, but Alana merely chuckled and patted him on the back reassuringly. "And no, I was just a little startled by the reflection the torches made, it made it look like there were more of them coming." "Sure there were. Come on, Eugene, let's keep moving. We've got to finish the job Master assigned to us." "Yeah, sure, but couldn't he have just bought those Crimson Fell roots at the next action? You know how he is, he's impatient and doesn't trust adventurers to handle them correctly. If you don't dig them up in a specific way and store them instantly, they'll lose half of their potency. You won't be able to make good products with low-quality ingredients, or at least, that's probably what he would say." She shrugged in response to the question. The girl knew their master was a peculiar person, and perhaps had sent them here to gain more life experience. Her friend seemed quite scared and would likely learn a lot from this little expedition. "Now, let's go, the adventurers probably want to go back home just as much as you do." Eugene nodded and they ventured deeper into the dungeon cavern. The air grew thicker with the scent of damp earth and mildew. The torches lining the walls provided just enough light to illuminate their path, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the rocky terrain. Along the way, they continued to encounter more monsters, but none of them proved to be much of a challenge for the experienced adventurers accompanying them. Despite Eugene's initial fear, he began to relax slightly as they progressed, reassured by the competence of their hired protectors. Alana, on the other hand, maintained her air of confidence, seemingly unfazed by the dangers lurking in the shadows. Eventually, they arrived at a long bridge that would bring them to the area they would find the roots. I wonder how deep this is. Once there, she couldn't help but look down into the chasm, where nothing but darkness awaited them. The abyss seemed endless and no one had yet confirmed if there was anything valuable down there, due to the monsters occupying its side walls. People had tried already and sometimes people ended up falling to their death. We are almost there, let's just get it over with, Alana. Yeah, I'm coming. There was nothing down there and she knew it, but right as she was about to turn away from the depths she noticed something. A little glint of light shone from below and her curiosity was piqued. Wait, there is something down there. There is. Alana asked Eugene, who for some reason had a frown on his face. The adventurers around them nodded at each other and moved forward as if they had something to add. Some time ago, there were mentions of monsters using bows to attack people traveling through the bridge. It hadn't happened since, but they had to assume the worst and act accordingly. Can you see something? The armored man, seemingly the leader of the party, turned to the man wearing leather armor. This adventurer was clearly an archer, with eyes capable of seeing things at a distance much better than anyone else in the group. After urging the young woman to take a step back, he began to peek, and to his surprise, he was able to see something. There is something down there. It's a white bug and it's getting chased by something. Shit, what are those things doing here? What is it? Giant shade spiders. What? Their leader replied in a panicked voice after hearing the words uttered by the archer. However, before he could panic any further, Alana's voice resounded from the side. Calm down, those are only the lesser variants and they seem to be rather small. She was holding a spyglass which was shining brightly. On the side a strange symbol could be seen, glowing and making her tool look otherworldly. The adventurers looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to have such a useful tool with her. Alana quickly scanned the area below, focusing on the white bug being chased by the shadowy spiders. It looks like some sort of insect. Wait, is that an ant? Not a regular one either, but a gleaming mana ant and some sort of silvery variant of it. How wonderful! Her voice indicated excitement as she almost leaned over and fell into the chasm while looking through the magical spying glass. Her entourage wasn't sure what she was saying and if the ant was dangerous, but they knew that those spiders shouldn't be there. Can you get them? Sure, let me try. The leader made the decision to stay for the moment, knowing the characteristics of the spider monsters. Even if they were attempting to climb up, the brightness of the torches here should keep them at bay. While they didn't take damage from the light, their senses couldn't handle brightness too well. They would become disoriented in environments filled with light and avoid them. An arrow was notched into the archer's bow, and as he took aim, he held his breath. At first, he pointed at the malicious-looking spiders, but then an idea dawned on him. If they were chasing after the strange white insect, wouldn't they seize the moment it was dead? There was no reason to waste his arrows on all of them if he could just get the white ant, then the spiders would probably retreat. Many times monsters frenzied into long chases, and only when their target was captured did they relent. No, don't. However, before he could target the white ant, one of his clients grabbed his arm to stop him. It was the young girl that identified the ant with the help of a magical tool. What are you doing? Get back! The archer was puzzled by the young woman's sudden interference, but she was still someone that he needed to listen to. He could tell that she was serious and perhaps there was some reason that he didn't comprehend just yet. Don't kill it, don't you know how rare gleaming mana ants are? It's rare. Yes, we'll pay extra, we must capture it instead. He was stunned by her words and quickly looked to the party leader for confirmation. The man thought for a second and nodded. It seemed he was intrigued by her words, and if the ant was indeed a rare monster, then they would be rewarded for catching it, or perhaps for the monster parts it could drop. After getting confirmation, the archer changed his target and started firing his arrows at the spider monsters instead. The archer's arrows flew true, striking the pursuing spiders with deadly precision. One by one, the shadowy creatures faltered and tumbled off the walls, their bodies crashing down into the abyss below. Eventually, the creatures started slowing down as they approached the top of the chasm, where torchlights impeded their progress. The ant they were chasing seemed injured, even missing one of its legs, but it managed to crawl all the way up to safety. It does look like a rare monster. I don't think any books mentioned this evolutionary variant. Could it really be the first of its kind? Eugene's comment was heard by the adventurers, who smiled. If what these kids were saying was true, then their commission from this easy mission could increase several times. Alana couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over her. She had been genuinely worried for the creature's safety. She did not really care for the rewards that it could provide, as her reasons were different. Come on, let's go help it. Oh, gosh, I can't believe that this is happening. The ant was able to crawl up the chasm, but it didn't look good. From up close, its body looked dented in a few regions and it seemed to be struggling to move. Alana attempted to rush to the creature, but she was stopped by one of the adventurers. Stop, it's still a monster and is dangerous. It was heavily injured, its status screen indicating that its hit points were in the single digits. At first, it seemed that the monster wanted to retaliate. Its antennae started wiggling around in an attempt to cast a spell. The adventurers surrounded the young woman to stop her from going any further, but before the monster could continue casting, it just flopped forward. I told you that there was no danger, it just ran out of mana and stamina. If we don't help it, it might die. Now let me through. The adventurers reluctantly let the young woman through. Their biggest concern was her safety, as if they allowed her to be harmed, then their heads would roll. Alana carefully approached the injured ant and could barely hide her excitement. This was a rare opportunity to interact with such a unique creature, one that could potentially hold valuable insights into the world of monsters. As she knelt down beside it, she could see its silvery exoskeleton shimmering faintly in the torchlight. Hey there, little one. Alana spoke softly, extending a hand toward the barely moving ant. It's okay, I'm not going to hurt you. The shimmering monster didn't react, as it was fully passed out from exhaustion. She knew that the small creature wouldn't last long, and if it wasn't taken out of this dungeon, then its life would probably end. How did this thing come here? It doesn't look to be a dungeon spawn but an independent monster. Interesting, isn't it? Perhaps there is an ant colony down there, but how did it even survive? This variant usually gets eaten right after birth or is unable to hatch by itself. It needs to absorb a lot of light, which is usually non-existent in the ant-made tunnels. Very interesting. You're quite knowledgeable about this stuff. Are you trying to become a tamer or something? This is just simple monsterology, you should know this too. We don't all have time to read obscure knowledge in our free time. Eugene seemed annoyed by the claim, but also interested in the creature's origins. It was a known fact that dungeons could connect to outside spaces where other monsters resided. This seemed to be the case here too, as within one dungeon, monsters that were created there would not attack each other. Young miss, what are you planning to do with that? We are going to take it with us, of course. She quickly replied while also moving behind her friend Eugene. The young man was wearing a rather large backpack, and from within it, she pulled out a rectangular box. After placing it on the ground, she pressed her thumb against a strange symbol, which soon began glowing with the same magical light as her spyglass earlier. The box started to expand in size, transforming into something that resembled a cage with a handle on top. It's good that I took the monster cage with me, now we can bring this ant back and show it to Master. This is much better than those boring roots. Master will punish us if we don't bring them back though. You're right. I suppose you'll have to carry this little for the time being. Hey? Why me? Because we can't have the adventurers do it, they need their hands for the weapons. Don't worry, I'll take the backpack. Alana's quick decision left Eugene with no room to argue. With a resigned sigh, he accepted the cage and placed the ant inside. To help it regain health, a potion of healing was poured over its form. While it would not restore the missing leg, it would take care of some of the injuries. The ant stirred slightly as the healing potion took effect, its once lifeless antennae twitching faintly. Eugene secured the cage's lid and, with some effort, lifted it, the weight surprising him despite the ant's small size. "Careful now, Eugene," Alana cautioned, a hint of amusement in her voice. "You don't want to drop our new friend. Yet. Let's just get this over with." He nodded, though his annoyance was clear. Soon the group resumed their trek through the dungeon. Meanwhile, in another location, a different scene was unfolding. A suit of bronze armor had finally reached a safe ledge, which led into an illuminated tunnel. Rusty began his ascent towards the distant lights. His body was not meant for climbing, but with the help of his weight control skill, he was able to manage. The whines that had previously plagued their ascent had dwindled, allowing him to move forward. He could sense that some spiders still lurked around, but his metallic form was far less appealing to them than flesh. Rusty pressed onward, methodically placing each step and testing each grip to ensure stability. His weight control skill helped, but he had to be cautious. One misstep could send him plummeting back down into the chasm. The ascent was slow, but luckily the illuminated cave wasn't far off, and right before his weight control skill was to reach its limit, he managed to grab onto the ledge. He hauled himself up, using the last moments of his weight control skill to hoist his armored body onto the ledge. With a final push, Rusty pulled himself up, his metallic body clanging against the rocky surface. The faint light he had seen from below now glowed before him, casting eerie shadows on the cavern walls. It was something he remembered, a torch found inside of the dungeon he came from. The ledge led into a cavern and clearing. He had returned to the dungeon he came from. T-U-R-E. It's that voice again, it must be the dungeon heart. The voice had returned during his climb here, but it was a lot more silent than before. He couldn't even tell what it was trying to say to him, and he was also not compelled to listen to it, something that he had expected to be the case. His mind was elsewhere. The dungeon didn't really matter as the issue with Gleam persisted. "Gleam, where are you?" Rusty looked at his status screen, but nothing had changed with the grayed out status. He wanted to call the Demon Lord or the hero for advice, but he had used up all of his MP. Crushing a mana stone was an option, but perhaps finding out where he was exactly was more important. He knew that his guides had no tracking skills, and neither did he. Even if they could confirm Gleam's survival, it wouldn't help. It was best to assume that she was out there somewhere and go looking. "I don't see any spiders here, nor are there any on the walls. The one I fought might have been the last one." Rusty took a moment to survey his surroundings, trying to get a sense of direction. The illuminated cave was similar to the dungeon he hailed from, but slightly different. He didn't remember there being any bioluminescent fungi on the walls. There was no point in climbing into the chasm and going up, as there were no reachable ledges. It seemed that the best he could do was to follow this tunnel and see if he could reach the top another way. There was a big possibility that he had ended up in one of the lower levels of his dungeon. He knew that these floors always led to a set of stairs through which he would probably reach the chasm from a different side. "There is no time to lose, I need to find her." It was a strange feeling, and he wasn't quite sure why he was acting this way. He had not spent much time with the small ant, but he had grown attached to it for some reason. Each time he imagined his friend being hurt or killed, a strange feeling of discomfort took over. He didn't like it, and he would not let anyone hurt his new friend, this much he knew. Soon he started moving, his hands holding a shield and an arming sword, better suited than a long sword for this corridor. "I'm really back in the dungeon." It didn't take him long to encounter his first monster, who was like a mirror image of himself. It was another living armor type made out of bronze. He could not see any corroded parts on its armor though, which confirmed that he was at a lower level than before he fell into the chasm. Classification: Bronze Armor L2F+. Type: Magical/Inorganic. It's only an F rank. To make things more peculiar, the monster seemed to be of lower ranking than him. They both looked almost identical, though his twilight bronze gave him a somewhat deeper luster than regular bronze. This did seem like the immediate evolution from the corroded bronze armor and probably meant that his twilight variant gave him some kind of edge. However, while he was contemplating what to do, his metallic friend also spotted him. "Hello? Have you perhaps seen a small white ant? Her body is covered in silver and she is quite peppy." Rusty stopped himself from talking as he remembered that these dungeon monsters never really had a mind of their own. They were more like puppets controlled by the dungeon heart, a fact he had learned from a burden. The true problem was the voice that was slowly vanishing from inside his mind. If what the demon lord said was true, then perhaps this monster here was not his friend anymore. Just as he expected, the bronze armor monster didn't respond to his inquiry. Instead, it raised its shield and brandished its sword, preparing to engage in combat. It had the same equipment as him and approached him as a sort of skewed mirror. However, he was not afraid as his rank was higher and he also had one further advantage, his intelligence. Without hesitation, the monster charged forward with its arming sword raised, a pattern he knew well because he had used it before. The monster executed attacks that he already knew: power slash, power thrust, and a shield bash. All of them came his way, and he either sidestepped or defended himself with the help of his own shield. His opponent was like an older version of himself, lacking any semblance of battle experience. The bronze armor was not adapting to his way of fighting, and soon, all of its mana points had been drained. This was what he had been waiting for, and soon, his own shield bashed the other armor, making it hit the nearby wall. His opponent had the same strengths but also the same weaknesses. Its body was hollow on the inside, and just like the adventurers did to him, he did the same to his opponent, which found itself tipped over on the ground. "I should probably change my weapon." Before leaving the underground tunnels filled with insects, he had recreated all the weapons that were produced inside of the Soul Forge. His arming sword was good against opponents made of flesh, but living armors like Rusty were quite resistant against slashing damage. To defeat his opponent he took out a mace, and even though he lacked proficiencies for it, this blunt weapon was much better to defeat his foe. The monster attempted to stand but found its helmet being dented under the bronze mace. His strikes were precise, but the monster didn't seem to have a core yet. However, this was still a weak point. When the helmet was struck, its vision was also affected. Continuous strikes rained down on the monster's body, causing it to take a lot of damage. Even without a core, if its HP pool was depleted, the monster would die like any other being. Soon, the defeated bronze armor collapsed into a heap of metal pieces, showing him what would happen if he ever died. Its body can't hold itself together anymore. Rusty was a creature of mana, and in some kind of way, his body was being held together by magic. Once it was gone, the body seemed to crumble into separate parts which, to his surprise, he could take with him. This monster's body was very similar to his, and even though it was dented in a few places, most of the damage was on the helmet. "You have gained +1 experience points." The rewards were all there, and he had become able to kill the denizens of his own dungeon to become stronger. Even though he could take the other monster's body as loot and store it in his inventory, it didn't give him much joy. Without Gleam, who loved to dance around, it all felt a lot less special. After packing up the monster parts for later, he pressed on through the dungeon. The eerie glow of the mushrooms illuminated his way as he continued to encounter other monsters. All of them seemed hostile now and impeded his progress. However, he kept moving and smashing them to pieces. His rank was above the creatures here, and with a few swings of his weapon, the skeletons, living armors, and zombies were quickly dispatched. "Hey! This statue, I think they always appear close to the stairs." His previous knowledge of the first and second levels proved important. He identified a skeletal statue that was usually found near paths close to staircases. Following this clue, he quickly arrived at a familiar-looking area and, without waiting, charged upwards. The chasm appeared on the second level, so once he arrived there, perhaps he would find Gleam's whereabouts. Rusty climbed the final steps of the stairway, emerging onto the upper floor. He looked around as he had before, but he did not recognize this place either. There was a possibility that he was on the third floor now, but he had no way of confirming it. I need to keep moving. His mind was made up, he needed to reach the chasm through which he had fallen. It was his only clue, as he assumed that Gleam continued climbing up after hiding him under some rocks. He ignored the monsters around him and rushed toward his destination. The creatures were annoying, but they would eventually be left behind once he found the next set of stairs. Hey! As he was moving through the corridors, something caught his visor. The status of Gleam on his screen had shifted. It was for a second, but her status did turn normal for a moment before going back to grey. He wondered why this happened and decided to take a few steps back towards a corridor he previously ignored, and once there, it happened again. Does this mean that she is close? Once the status returned to normal, it updated all of her stats. Her health pool seemed to have restored itself, but she had various other status effects listed now. One of them was an exhaustion status along with a fainted one. Then there was one that concerned him the most: missing limb. It was clear that his friend had suffered a lot of damage, but she seemed to be still alive. Maybe if I go this way. Rusty assumed that the status update indicated he was getting closer to Gleam's location. Just knowing that she was alive already alleviated his mood. She had been injured and even lost a limb, but perhaps it could be healed or restored after another evolution. Don't worry, Gleam, I'm on my way. With hope restored, he began running through the dungeon tunnels. Along the way, he picked up a row of skeleton soldiers which kept pursuing him all the way until he reached a new set of stairs. It had already taken him some time to get here, and he also noticed that Gleam's status had begun to flicker. It was as if she was moving away from him now, which was strange considering she had the fainted status. He continued upwards, finally reaching a familiar area, the entrance to the third floor he had been unable to pass through in the past. It seemed that he was on the right track, and his friend had managed to climb out of the chasm. However, for some reason, she was moving away from him again as her status began to flicker. The monsters didn't seem capable of mercy, which meant that perhaps someone else was at fault. With haste, he moved towards the area where it all started, the bridge he had used to combat some of the adventurers. He had fallen into the chasm below, and it looked the same as before. However, Gleam was not here. Instead, a few monsters stood in his way. Just like before, he decided to ignore them. After dodging one attack and allowing a weapon to hit his body for almost no damage, he pushed onward through the bridge. Once on the other side, he started looking around, and a little glimmer caught his eye. She was here. Near the edge of the chasm, a glint of silver caught his eye. It was a small shard, unmistakably part of his friend's body, and confirmed her presence in this place. He could only surmise that she had fallen into the hands of adventurers, who, for some unknown purpose, kept her alive. As he looked around this floor, he saw no sign of them. It suggested they had either ascended to higher floors or remained on this one. The chase continued, and the monsters in his way were swiftly dealt with as he pressed forward. His mind was focused solely on finding Gleam, and nothing would stand in his way. As he moved deeper into the dungeon, the air grew heavier with the scent of damp earth, and the sound of echoing footsteps filled the corridors. Rusty knew he was getting closer, he could feel it in his metallic core. Suddenly, he heard voices ahead, echoing off the stone walls of the dungeon. Rusty approached cautiously, his grip tightening on his weapon. After peering around a corner, he saw a rather large group of humanoid adventurers. They were moving through a dimly lit chamber. There were 7 of them, with 2 peculiar individuals in the middle. Rusty noticed that their clothes were rather out of place and lacked any form of armor. The other adventurers gathered around them, in some type of protective formation. His attention was drawn to a peculiar box held by one of them, and in that moment, he realized that Gleam had been seized by these strangers. Her silvery ant body seemed to be inside a cage that one of these people was carrying. This sight filled Rusty with a sense of dread and rage. His friend, Gleam, was in their hands, and he couldn't stand idly by while she was kidnapped. He needed to save her from this group of adventurers, but they outnumbered him 7-1. If he just jumped in without a plan, it could bring death to him and perhaps his friend as well. However, before he could devise a plan, a lot of noise from behind appeared again. Those guys never stop, wait! A horde of monsters, whom he had dashed past in his pursuit, now trailed closely behind him, their numbers swelling as they summoned reinforcements. Though they remained his foes, the group of adventurers was not aligned with them either. This presented an opportunity. With the creatures serving as a diversion, he could rescue Gleam and then quickly retreat to a safer area. He just needed to get the cage and run. Can we hurry up? This place is giving me the creeps. Eugene muttered while looking around nervously. Haven't you gotten used to it, Eugene? You know we'll have to come back here for other errands eventually. The master likes fresh materials. Alana replied while Eugene didn't seem too thrilled at the prospect of delving into the dark, monster-infested dungeon again. Yeah, but I just don't like it. Let's get this thing back to the master and be done with it. We'd already be out if you hadn't brought that thing along. Why do I still have to carry it? Hey, don't call Auntie a thing. Alana shot back, angry at Eugene's complaint about the strange white ant they had discovered. The ant was currently deep asleep, but carrying a monster made Eugene shiver with fear. He worried that once it awoke, it might attack him. Then you carry it. What if it has some poisonous skill that the cage can't defend against, and my arms melt? Eugene retorted as the fear he was feeling was real and he wished to be out of this situation. That's not what a gleaming ant does, but I guess it could know a spell like that. Alana grinned, watching for her friend's reaction. Eugene flinched at the thought of the spell, but once he realized Alana was toying with his emotions, he responded with annoyance. Very funny. Just get us out of here before I regret agreeing to this. He grumbled, adjusting his grip on the ant's cage and quickening his pace. They were nearing the stairs leading to the second level, and once there, it wouldn't be long until they reached the exit. Despite the labyrinthine structure of the dungeon's tunnels, with a map in hand, it was easy to navigate through them with relative ease. However, as they were approaching the last larger chamber before the stairs, some noise resounded from behind them. There is something there. One of the adventurers called out, and they all quickly formed into a defensive formation. They appeared bored and tired, not expecting anything troublesome. The creature that emerged didn't seem overly dangerous as it was just a piece of living armor. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but one of the adventurers noticed something odd. Hey, doesn't that thing look strange? Why doesn't it have any holes or corroded areas? The keen-eyed archer, accustomed to assessing details even in poorly lit chambers, observed some peculiarities. The monster resembled the living armors they encountered before, but it didn't belong on this floor. In dungeons, monsters were typically limited to specific floors, and this version of the living armor should only appear around the 5th floor, not on the 2nd. So what? Isn't it just a bronze armor? It's still an F-rank monster, leave it to me, I need some practice with these things. As one of the adventurers called out and began to approach the unexpected monster, their leader remained silent but vigilant, studying the new creature intently. He couldn't shake the feeling that something unusual was happening in the dungeon. Rumors of strange living armor spawns had circulated before, leading him to consider the possibility that this encounter was another instance of such an anomaly. Dungeons were known to occasionally shift, making this theory plausible. The monster was acting strangely at first as it looked not at the man that was approaching it but Eugene instead. It had no eyes to speak of but could still turn its helmeted head, which gave the young man another scare. This was quite unusual as dungeon monsters were known for attacking the person that was closest to them. There existed a concept known as a hidden hostility rating, which could be heightened by various means. The simplest way to increase this animosity of monsters was to provoke them by attacking or making loud noises. Then certain classes possessed skills that amplified this hidden rating, and they were known as tanks. These tanks had provoking abilities that diverted enemy attention, allowing other party members to focus on offense rather than defense. In this instance, the monster should have immediately charged at the approaching man due to his proximity. However, its reaction seemed strangely delayed and indicated a deviation from the expected behavior. It was acting more as an independent monster than one seen in a dungeon, and also one that had a functioning brain, not something usually found in living armors. Watch out, it's acting strange. Don't worry, I won't lose to a living armor. The man called out to the adventurer leader, armed with a shield and mace, the standard equipment for dealing with hollowed-out monster armor. The weight of the mace made it effective for staggering monsters, while denting their armor would gradually impede their movements. Finally, the monster took off, running in the man's direction as it attacked. Come on then! The adventurer smacked his shield several times, creating an echo of noise typically intended to draw and hold the monster's attention. The man hoped to divert the creature from Eugene, whom it was fixated on. However, to everyone's astonishment, the monster's behavior took an unexpected turn. Just as it was about to engage the adventurer, it abruptly halted, glanced to the side, and swiftly bolted toward one of the side exits of the chamber. Hey! Inside the dungeon, confusion reigned supreme. The strange behavior of the metallic monster defied all expectations and their understanding. The adventurers scratched their heads in bewilderment, grappling with the bizarre situation that just unfolded before them. Then, just as they contemplated retreating to the first-floor staircase, chaos erupted. Wait, what's that sound? An ominous noise echoed from the corridor the previous monster had emerged from. The clattering of bones soon followed, accompanied by groans and the grating of corroded metal. Before their eyes, every known type of monster for this floor materialized before them, and they converged on the group with a single-minded focus. Where did all these monsters come from? Why are there so many? The adventurers exchanged bewildered glances as the horde of monsters approached them. While they were all low-level mobs, they were coming in numbers that could even overwhelm a well-equipped party. Panic set in as they realized their predicament, but their leader quickly regained his composure. Stay calm. They are just low-level trash. The man stepped forward, positioning himself as the first line of defense. His heavier armor and larger frame served as a barrier against the oncoming horde. The monsters consisted of various skeletal soldiers wielding corroded bronze weapons, slow-moving zombies, and corroded suits of armor following close behind. They advanced rapidly, and the adventurers needed to protect the two non-combatants in their midst. Form up! Protect Eugene and Alana! The leader commanded, his voice cutting through the clamor. The adventurers quickly assumed a defensive formation around Eugene and Alana. The heavily armored man braced himself, raising his shield and prepared to intercept the first wave of skeletal soldiers. His mace swung down with a resounding thud, shattering bones and denting armor, buying precious moments for the others to ready themselves. We need to hold them off until we can retreat. Another adventurer shouted, slashing at an approaching zombie. Despite the onslaught, the group worked in unison, their movements synchronized by years of training and experience. They knew their survival hinged on maintaining their formation and fending off the relentless tide of monsters. The situation might have looked dire, but their leader knew that all these monsters were not their equal. As long as they defended against the initial push and then retreated towards the stairs going up, then they would be safe. The adventurers fought valiantly, their weapons cutting through the swarming undead and living armor creatures. The air filled with the sounds of clashing metal, the groans of the undead, and the shouts of the adventurers. Despite their skills and coordination, the sheer number of monsters pressed them and threatened to overwhelm them. However, slowly but surely, they inched towards the exit, their plan to run once they created some space becoming their beacon of hope. That's it, now everyone, into the tunnel. The two non-combatants they were hired to protect moved first, guided by one of their party members acting as their sole guard. The remaining 4 adventurers stayed back, forming a defensive line to hold off the monster horde long enough for the slower non-combatants to reach the safety of the tunnel. Go! We've got you covered! Eugene along with Alana started running. The cage with the monster ant was slowing them down, but they were unwilling to let their prized find go. The adventurer who assisted them kept a vigilant watch over them, as it was always possible for more monsters to arrive. Let's go, the stairs to the next level aren't far from here, once we are there, hey. The man glanced back at the duo while speaking, a momentary lapse in his focus. From the side, unnoticed in his periphery, something emerged. It was not a monster, but a weapon hurtling toward him at incredible speed. Before he could react, his leg was struck, the force of the blow shallowly piercing through his armor. Arg! Pain shot through him as he shouted out, the sudden attack catching him off guard. As he struggled to regain his footing, the attacker revealed himself to be the same lone monster that had previously appeared. It was now standing in the corridor leading to the safe spot, holding a shield and a longsword. Rusty stood before the 3 humans he had lured here, his plan successful in separating them. He knew the first and second levels of the dungeon thoroughly, having been born here. Rusty wasn't sure why, but the 5 adventurers were protecting the 2 people holding Gleam hostage. These 2 seemed rather weak but important to this group. In hopes of separating them, Rusty devised a strategy to divert the attention of the other adventurers. The other monsters saw him as an enemy, and he knew well how all of them operated. Once they started chasing a target, they would not relent and also call their friends for aid. In no time he had a large swarm of his old allies chasing after him. Then, Rusty quickly retreated into one of the other many tunnels which the layout he was aware of. It didn't take him long to reach the area before the stairs leading to the first floor. He anticipated that his enemies would attempt to flee, and just as he predicted, they came. His bronze spear was thrown to injure the lone adventurer, and now he just needed to take care of this man and Gleam would be saved. With the lone adventurer injured and the others preoccupied with holding off the monster horde, Rusty saw an opportunity to rescue Gleam. His metallic frame moved swiftly as he closed the distance between him and the 2 individuals holding the cage containing Gleam. However, the injured man wasn't down yet, and he quickly put himself between the 2 people Rusty was charging at. Stay back, monster! As the 2 humans, Eugene and Alana, instantly panicked, but the adventurer set up a solid defense. Rusty attempted to rush the 2 but had to deal with the adventurer first. His emotions were running wild and he could barely control his rage. His sword connected with the man's shield to generate quite the loud tone. Ugh! The man buckled under the pressure of the hit, forced to take a knee. The injury was enough to allow Rusty to press forward, closing the distance between himself and the 2 individuals. His aim was not to fight here, he just wanted to take the cage that Gleam was in and then make a run for it. Unfortunately, the 2 people there didn't know that, and the shorter of the 2 retaliated by throwing a strange vial in his direction. Get back! It was a sloppy throw and wasn't backed by any skill. Rusty wasn't aware of what he was dealing with, so he pressed on without stopping. The thing didn't even seem to be aimed at his body, and it would just collide with the ground before him. However, once it did connect with it, an explosion ensued, sending a shockwave of force outward. Rusty was thrown back, his metallic frame clanging against the tunnel's walls. Being a creature of metal, Rusty didn't suffer any backlash from getting his body shaken around. There were no ears or brains to be rattled around. The injuries he suffered had been absorbed by his bronze body, and he was back on his feet in a matter of seconds. Gleam was right there, and he would not let her get kidnapped by these strange people. Alana, you missed. I can see that, you don't need to remind me. Well, throw another one. I only brought one with me. He noticed the duo scrambling to their feet, their faces wrought with panic. He couldn't let them escape with Gleam, not after everything he had been through to find her. Rusty charged forward, running straight at the 2 with the intention to cut them down if they dared to get in his way. Hey, this is a bad time to joke about, do something. That thing is going to kill us both. The man called Eugene was panicking the most as the two found themselves with no place to run. Rusty approached and the adventurer who had been injured would not be able to push through the pain. Everything pointed towards his victory, however right as he was about to close in on the two that were holding Gleam hostage, he appeared. Leader. It was the party leader. He had arrived at the scene and positioned himself between the two as their sole protector. Rusty did not stop and instead increased his pace. His sword slammed down forward, accompanied by his power/skill. However, his opponent blocked his strike with their own sword, causing sparks to fly. This thing. The man's tone indicated that he was surprised by the sheer power that the bronze armor could exert. Rusty was obviously not a regular bronze variant but a unique Twilight evolution. His might eclipsed any bronze armor that came before him, and his opponent found himself in a deadlock. None of them was budging an inch as it seemed that they were equals. Get out of my way! Rusty pushed forward with all his strength, his mind focused solely on reaching Gleam and freeing her from captivity. However, the adventurer leader proved to be a formidable opponent, matching Rusty blow for blow. With each exchange, Rusty felt a growing sense of frustration. His friend was right there but he couldn't get to her, and with each passing second he wasted, would be one that his enemies gained. His frustration reached an apex and suddenly the aura around his being shifted. Wait, what is that? Alana called out while pointing forward, and the adventurer leader could see it too. There was a change in his opponent, a dark substance started seeping forth from his body. It looked like a fog made of darkness and it exploded in all directions. Upon coming in contact with the man Rusty was fighting, it started causing his veins to blacken and his eyes to bleed pitch black blood. Get back! Once again the adventurer leader shouted, pushing Eugene and Alana away from the spreading dark fog. The mysterious substance oozing from the armor's metallic body was like nothing they had ever seen, and its effects were horrifying. The leader himself staggered back, clutching his arm where the fog had made contact. His skin was turning black, the corruption spreading rapidly. What is that stuff? Is it poison? No, it looks different, the color is off, could it be? Alana shouted while pulling Eugene up to the floor, the young man fearful. The adventurer leader had seemed to be able to contend with the strange suit of armor. What is it? I think it's dark magic. Dark magic? But isn't that only something high-ranking demons use? Eugene replied to Alana while trying to move to the side and towards the path leading out. The dark magic she mentioned was something people knew and feared. It was one of the reasons that all other races dreaded demonic beings. The way the adventurer leader's veins turned darker was a clear sign. Its properties of corruption were well known, and the presence of it here could easily shift the tides of battle. It should be, and most demons have been gone since. Stop talking, that doesn't matter, we need to get out of here. The monster approached, its body and blade covered in a dark mist that was slowly spreading in all directions. There seemed to be some kind of area of effect around this being, as the smoke was evaporating instantly after passing a certain threshold. The adventurer leader noticed this but wasn't sure what to do about it. His stamina was being drained, and he didn't need to look at his status window to know it. If this continued for too long, he would probably pass out, and the monster would massacre them all. Party leader, hold on! There was finally some good news as an arrow flew from the side and connected with the armored creature. The steel tip hit the monster's pauldron but, unfortunately, it bounced off its armored frame, leaving only a scratch. However, the reinforcements were there, but what could they achieve if they could not approach the monster? Don't come close, if you touch the black mist, you'll be drained of your vitality. The newcomers were the three adventurers who had been keeping the horde of monsters busy. As previously planned, they were to quickly follow after and meet Alana and Eugene at the staircase. However, the bronze monster was now blocking their way and seemed unwilling to let them pass. For some reason, it kept its gaze fixed on the two non-combatants who were in a state of panic. Take those two up the staircase, I'll do something about this thing and meet you back up. But leader, wouldn't it be better to fight it together? No, we don't have enough time. Monster groans and the clattering of bones started echoing from the distance. A large portion of the monster horde had not been defeated and was still gaining on them. If they let the bronze monster block their path forward, they would be overrun. Once the mist surrounded all of them, even the weaker monsters would be able to dispatch their entire party, and this was not something the party leader wanted. But I'll be fine, I won't die to one monster that easily, now go. The well-armored man shouted at his party, possibly giving his last order. He was responsible for their survival but was not planning to die here alone. He lowered his center of gravity while shielding his body. An aura surrounded his body which resembled a bull as he activated a skill. Then, he launched himself at the armored being, aiming to push it into one of the walls or even into the hidden side tunnel. The mist it was generating had a limit, so if he managed this, his allies would be able to run through. His plan was desperate but necessary. With a burst of strength, he charged at the bronze armor monster, hoping to push him away from the corridor and clear a path for his companions. The bull-like aura enveloped him, granting him the force needed for such a maneuver. The creature seemed to anticipate the attack and braced itself but was caught off guard by the sheer power of the charge. "Get out of our way!" the leader roared, colliding with Rusty and driving him backward. The impact sent a reverberating clang through the tunnel as Rusty struggled to maintain his footing. His dark mist swirled around them, but the leader's protective aura kept him from succumbing to its draining effects immediately. For a moment, it seemed the leader might succeed in pushing the monster into a side tunnel. "Now! Go, everyone!" The leader's voice echoed as the rest of the party seized the opportunity. They helped Eugene and Alana to their feet, urging them towards the staircase. Alana, clutching the cage with the gleaming ant inside, followed closely behind, her heart pounding. Eugene, still shaking with fear, stumbled but was pulled along by one of the adventurers. "We're almost there. Just a little further, don't look back," one of the adventurers called out, guiding the group towards the staircase. Behind them, the leader continued to grapple with the monstrous armor. While he had started off strong and nearly rammed the monster into the side tunnel. However, something went terribly wrong. The bronze being's weight began to increase, and soon its metallic feet were cracking the ground beneath them. The dark mist was still there, and the man's plan was backfiring. He had intended to throw the monster into the tunnel and quickly escape, but now he was getting swallowed up by the mist without being able to move the monster an inch further. His knees started to buckle and his vision blurred. The effect of the dark fog was starting to affect his senses and he could not keep himself steady. His grip on the shield he was using to push the monster away was slipping away, and the monster seized the moment. With a powerful shove, he pushed the leader back, sending him sprawling to the ground. The creature stood tall, his bronze frame glinting ominously in the dim light of the tunnel, the dark mist swirling around him like a shroud. The adventurer leader tried to get back on his feet, but his body felt heavy, his strength sapped by the dark magic. He looked up at his opponent and focused on the long sword it was holding in its right hand. The people he was hired to protect had probably reached the stairs and were safe. He could only laugh at his bad luck as the monster approached. His life flashed before his eyes as he closed them, but to his surprise, nothing happened. Instead of getting impaled on the blade, the monster just charged forward. Hey! It was quite an anomaly, and he didn't know what this thing wanted. However, even though he was momentarily safe from the fury of the monster and the darkness that surrounded it vanished along with it, he was still not safe. The large group of lesser monsters was still there, crawling in his direction, and they clearly wanted to end his life. "I won't die here." The man felt strength return to his fingers as he grasped his weapon tightly. Despite the odds stacked against him, he refused to go down without a fight. With a determined expression, he braced himself for the onslaught of the lesser monsters. His party members, on the other hand, had finally reached the stairs leading to the first floor. It should be safe, right? Should we wait for him here? What do you mean wait? Let's just get out of here. Alana frowned at how Eugene was acting. They had reached the dungeon stairs leading up and everyone knew that it was a safe zone against monsters. No dungeon monsters could hope to cross up or down in this area. However, in their hasty escape they had forgotten one thing: the monster chasing them was unique. Wait, what's that? Is it him? Did he make it back? One of the four adventurers pointed out in the direction of the tunnel they had previously used. They saw the glint of armor reflected in the dim light and at first, they assumed that it was their party leader. He wore quite robust armor which could be easily identified from a distance. Thus, as they looked closer, they realized that it wasn't their leader at all. The figure approaching them was different, with an aura of darkness swirling around it. That's not him, it's that damn monster. Did it kill him? That's not the problem, we need to get out of here, look at where it is. The party tensed up as they noticed that this monster had already passed the threshold. It was somewhere that regular dungeon mobs could not be. It told them that these stairs were not a safe haven anymore and that they needed to continue running. While the horde of the monsters would not reach them, this one armor and the dark fumes it was producing would certainly get them. Damn monster! Their archer let off another arrow, but after it collided with the monster's chest, it just bounced off again. Even though it was seemingly just bronze armor, it had a much higher durability, something the arrows they were using couldn't pierce. Without seeing another option, they all nodded and took off running. We need to leave the dungeon. Even if it follows us all the way there, with the help of the guards, we can defeat it. The group felt frustrated that they couldn't approach the monster. In reality, it wasn't all that strong. Without the constant haze of dark miasma around it, they would probably be able to defeat it with the group here. Even their leader could probably win in a fair confrontation. However, at the moment, they needed to fulfill their mission, and it seemed that this thing didn't want to let them escape. Soon, all of them took off running and appeared on the first floor. Don't look back, just focus on getting out of the dungeon. Two of the adventurers moved forward to push away any first-floor monsters that would get in their way. While they knew the fastest way to escape, there would probably be some monsters in their way. Though those creatures were rather weak, they could still slow them down. Thus their escape continued, and even without looking back, they could hear the metallic footsteps of their pursuer. The group ran through the dimly lit corridors of the dungeon, their footsteps echoing against the cold stone walls. Despite their fatigue, they pushed forward, driven by the urgency of their situation. Behind them, the sound of the pursuing monster grew louder with each passing moment, its metallic footsteps reverberating through the tunnels. Some monsters interrupted their escape attempt and continued to slow them down. The adventurers pushed them to the side, not wasting any time on combat. Each time, the living armor gained on them and continued to chase them like some kind of otherworldly being. Even when they encountered other adventurers, it continued to chase after only them, as if it had marked them for death. Their group finally burst through the initial exit leading out of the dungeon. Soon, they would reach the stairs leading up to the surface. However, the metallic creature showed no sign of relenting. It pushed forward into the outer regions of the dungeon, a place rarely traversed by its kind. What kind of thing is this? Could this be a dungeon break? Are the other monsters going to flood outside? Called out Eugene, his face pale and filled with sweat. His legs trembled from exhaustion, and he was unsure if he could muster the strength to ascend the next set of stairs. The group began to slow down as curiosity replaced their urgency. The dungeon was nearing its end, and by all rules, they should have been safe by now. Yet, the creature emerged, shrouded in the same dark mist, hurling itself toward the exit. It seemed unstoppable, until, to everyone's surprise, it began to slow. The creature's once steady pace faltered, as if it were walking against a powerful current in a river. Its metallic feet struggled to move further, and it became evident that even this formidable monster was confined by the dungeon's boundaries. Ha! "Look at that stupid monster, it can't move any closer." The previously tired Eugene started to laugh as he realized that their pursuer could not move any further. This force of nature that had been running after them with relentless animosity was now held back by an invisible barrier. The group took a moment to catch their breath, relief washing over them as they realized they were safe for the time being. "Let's not celebrate just yet. We need to get out of here and report this to the guild. Hey, watch out!" Just as everything seemed safe, something strange happened. The monster, seemingly out of nowhere, materialized a javelin. The adventurer who spotted it was the archer from the group, and he wasn't sure how he missed this detail. The throwing weapon was tossed and flew directly at the laughing Eugene, who stumbled down in terror. Save me!" The javelin flew through the air with deadly accuracy, aimed directly at Eugene, who had been laughing moments before. As he stumbled to the ground in terror, the others reacted quickly. Alana reached out to grab him, pulling him out of harm's way just in time. The javelin missed its mark, embedding itself into the stone wall behind them with a loud clang. "Are you all right?" "Why, yeah, I think so," Eugene stammered, his heart pounding in his chest from the close call. He glanced back at the monstrous armor, fear creeping back into his eyes as he realized the danger they were still facing. "We need to keep moving." The archer from the adventurer party urged everyone to move. The monster was able to produce hidden weaponry, and even if it couldn't progress further, it could still pose a threat from a distance. The group hurried up the stairs, eager to distance themselves and the dungeon as much as possible. As they ascended, the sound of the monster's metallic footsteps faded into the distance, eventually becoming nothing more than a faint echo. After emerging onto the surface, they were greeted by the soft glow of moonlight illuminating the night sky. The cool night air felt refreshing after the oppressive atmosphere of the dungeon. Despite their exhaustion, they needed to continue. This issue had to be spread and the dungeon needed to be investigated. The strange creature was still inside and much too strong for any new adventurer to handle.